Thursday, September 29th, back in the City Chambers to reconvene the City of Fitchburg 2022 Board of Review. Thank you to our diligent, hardworking clerk for getting the information we needed prepared and ready. So at this point then, I will call the meeting to order and ask Madam Clerk to please do a roll call to make sure we have a quorum.
Chair Couliard.
Here.
Elton Krim Jr.
Here.
Sean Paff.
Present.
Andrew Slager.
Here.
Rich Tate.
Here.
Ryan C.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Fantastic. Thank you, everyone, for finding time in our busy schedules to get back together so we can keep the city process of board review proceeding. Next thing on our agenda is approval of minutes that were submitted. I'm sure everybody's had a chance to review them, and I'll open it up for any corrections, additions, or changes.
Mr. Chair, I will make a motion to approve the minutes from September 19th.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Please let the record note that the minutes are approved as submitted. Getting back to our business at hand, subpoena compliance review with Gary Kohlenberg. And I see that the assessor's attorney is with us. I'm assuming.
Good morning, members of the board.
Morning.
Madam Clerk, the representative for the taxpayers, Gary Kohlenberg, was not sworn in last time we did the subpoena review. Would you please swear him in?
Of course. Gary, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Please let the record note that the assessor, as we did the subpoena review of other properties, has previously been sworn. Okay, we're agenda item 4, subparagraph A. First one is Tahi Apartment Homes. Yes.
I have two affidavits I'd like to submit to the board before the hearing begins.
And those affidavits are for what?
For the removal from you from the Board of Review for bias.
And as you've seen, submit them.
I don't know if you want the board to look through them as well.
Sure. I guess I'm not sure why you want two.
The first one is for the subpoena review, and the next one is for the 8:30 hearings,
Okay.
or 9 o'clock hearings.
We were already too late for the subpoena reviews. We started reviewing yours as well as others at our last meeting. So have that be the fact, that nothing more than a continuation of what we were doing in the past.
Sir, that's not what the law says.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, and I don't think you are either. So at this point, I'm not going to argue that with you. But we'll look at it anyhow. And the second one is for bias. In bias, I'm not sure why you think I'm biased. I attempted to stop your cross-examination at the assessor, citing hearsay rules. You think hearsay is irrelevant. It's not irrelevant because it's based on sworn, all evidence at the board is based on sworn oral testimony. Well, let the record note, and I'll share this with the board, that your petitions or subpoenas for review, I guess your petitions, affidavits, are denied. And they're denied based on the advice of City Council, which was shared with you before the hearings, so I'm even surprised you brought it up to the board this morning.
Mr. Chairman, if I may respond.
Please.
The request for your removal without cause was, in my opinion, incorrectly denied. This is not what I had presented 48 hours before the meeting. This is the request for your removal with cause for bias. The city attorney has never seen this.
If the city attorney has never seen them, how did you submit them 48 hours in advance? Because that's what the city attorney reviewed.
That's correct. He reviewed a different request. This request, in compliance with state statute, has no 48-hour notice.
Well, again,
Mr. Chair, do we need attorney interpretation here just because just to cover ourselves here a little bit? That would be my recommendation. I just think we're in a situation here, with no offense to the chair.
yeah, I understand.
Here, but neither one of your attorneys, we know where this is going to end up some way down the road, I'm sure. So that's just my suggestion.
My thought process is, at this moment, yes, you're right. I'm not an attorney, and I'm not going to make a legal decision because I'm not. But if we accepted his petition or affidavit, I'm not sure if he realizes that as chair of the board, I will continue to run the board. I will continue to ask the board to perform their functional duties, but I will also be able to question and take part in the examination of the taxpayer. The only thing that would preclude me from doing is voting on the decision of the board. Do you understand that?
I understand what you said. I don't necessarily agree with it.
Well, that's your opinion. So at this point, I'm going to call a brief recess as we reach out to the city's attorney on a determination as to whether or not the affidavit that's been submitted is appropriate, and if it is, how we will then continue with the board of review. So at this point, I'm going to recess the board until we can reach our city attorney and get an opinion as to what is the proper procedure to follow based on the evidence that's been submitted this morning. We'll reconvene after our brief recess. Madam Clerk, have you been able to contact the city attorney?
I have, and the city attorney is joining us on Zoom.
Excellent. We can all see him at City Hall. Would the city attorney please identify himself for the record?
Oh,
We cannot hear you, Mark.
muted, Mark.
There we go. How about this?
We can hear you now. Thank you.
Good. My name is Attorney Mark Sewell. I am the former city attorney, acting as city attorney from 2004 to late 2017. I am the I have been appointed temporary city attorney while the city attorney Valerie Zisman is on maternity leave. So, is that sufficient?
It is. We've had a petition submitted this morning, an affidavit indicating that they have a board of review member removed for bias. That board of review member is me, the chairman. Have you had a chance to review that?
I did.
And in your opinion, is it a valid request, or is it something that is,
As I read the statute, the chair has to have actual bias. That there has to be an affidavit detailing actual bias. And when I look, and I've done this for probably 30 plus years. So the classic case that I return to, and granted there are cases that actually limit Maris versus the city of Cedarburg, because that was a fairly expansive case for the use of bias to remove a member of a board. So, but in this case, I went back, I reviewed the city of Maris case, or the Maris versus the city of Cedarburg case. And once again, as always, chairs or members of the board have to act. So, for example, you as the chair have to make decisions such as saying, no, the time to speak is over, that, any number of procedural issues. You may be right or you may be wrong on those procedural issues, but they're simply procedural issues. The only time bias comes into play is when a member of a board attacks personally someone. So, for example, a member of the board says, you are a bad human being. You are a bad person. A member of the board can say, I'm not very excited about this proposal or that proposal. That's part of what they do as members of that board. The other kind of venue, aside from a personal attack on someone, is also a statement, a clear statement, and that's what the courts are requiring, is a very clear statement that I, without hearing from you on the merits of this case, I am going to deny or approve. I am going to make a prejudgment. And that has to be absolutely clear because board members have to make comments, do things. This has to rise to a very, very clear statement that perhaps not shocks the conscience, but is like, whoa, this in a lot of people's minds will go too far. And nothing in Mr. Kohlenberg's affidavit that I could read has either of those two. You as the chair clearly did not disparage him personally, say he was a bad human being. Certainly there's nothing in the affidavit that indicates that you have made any statement that I don't believe anything you say, and no matter what you say, I am going to deny your objection. So I think in those two situations, and again, the statute requires that you actually have bias, as I read, and that there's an affidavit supporting that, and I don't see that that criteria has been met.
so it's your opinion that we can continue the board of review with me acting as chair?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you opening up your busy schedule. I see that Mr. Kohlenberg has his hand raised. He'd like to make a comment.
Sure.
Thank you. Did you see the videotape of the interaction at the last hearing that I had attended?
I don't need to see the videotape. I'm relying on the affidavit. That's what the statute says.
And in the statute,
Your affidavit, your complaint has to be contained within your affidavit. So the answer is, no, I didn't see it, and B, that's irrelevant.
and the next question is, in the statute, does it state the standard or the threshold for what constitutes bias? And does it state who decides whether there is bias or not? Because what you're saying is that the city decides whether or not the city appointed board of review is biased, which in itself is a conflict of interest and biased. So my question is, Does the statute specifically state who determines whether bias exists or not?
No, the statute doesn't, but Wisconsin's court-decided law does. And that ultimately is the courts, and they give people like your humble city attorney the opportunity or guidance as to what bias is. And so what I'm doing is I'm relying on court cases by the courts of the state of Wisconsin to determine what bias is. And that's my opinion. And sadly, as the city attorney, I have to give opinions to board members and to boards as to what they're supposed to do. And, of course, ultimately, if that is, if you want to appeal that to a circuit court or to a court of appeals, that's fine. But my job is to do this. And the state statutes require cities to have a city attorney to do these kinds of things. So.
All right, so just to be clear, so you're advising the board to decide whether or not a member of the board is biased. Is that correct?
No. What I'm doing is I'm advising the board that your affidavit does not allege bias. What bias is, and I have told the board what bias is, and I don't see anything in your affidavit that rises to the level of bias, as defined by Wisconsin courts.
Thank you. I understand what you are saying.
Okay.
I want to thank you very much for finding time to help us this morning, and hopefully we won't need your guidance later on today, but now that we have a link set up, hopefully we can reach out to you again if we need your assistance.
Mr. Chair, before the city attorney leaves, do we have to have any formal action from this board dismissing Mr. Kohlenberg's affidavit or no?
Do we need to dismiss the affidavit?
I think the board probably should vote to either accept that or to deny it.
And can we do both together at the same motion?
Sure. Well, you're going to do one or the other. You can say, I vote to, accept, or I vote to deny. There's a motion and a second, and then somebody votes on it. So whichever way the movement wants to go, you can certainly go.
Again, thank you.
Mr. Chair, would you entertain a motion? Motion to deny Mr. Kohlenberg's affidavit.
Everybody hear that? Any discussion?
Second? Yeah, second.
I
Do I have a
second.
second?
I second.
No discussion.
Just to clarify, that is both of the affidavits that were
Correct.
submitted.
Motion is to deny both affidavits submitted by to Mr. Kohlenberg. Yes.
Thank you.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Please let the record note the motion carries.
All right, with that, I'll sign off.
Again, thank you for your assistance this morning. Back to agenda item 4A. Subpoena compliance review. First one on the list is Tahi Apartment Homes, 2411 Tahi Drive, parcel number 0609 0615571-7. Has the assessor staff and the attorney had an opportunity to review the information you've requested under subpoena?
We have, other than some additional information. So at the last meeting of the board, we discussed items, and there were certain items that were not included. I wrote a letter as I was requested to do. So I went through each subpoena and itemized what was provided and what was not, and I have packets for the board.
Thank you.
So I apologize, they're probably not in the same order that I think Tracy has them on your agenda, so we might have to flip through pages. But basically, I took each subpoena, and below each item, we looked at what was provided, and then I made a note below it that says, underneath each item, that either said, like, did not meet compliance or met compliance, and then itemized that. So I don't know if you want to go through them in the order of the packet, or if you'd like to go through them in the order I think Tracy has them on her agenda.
I prefer the order of agenda, but
Okay?
My apologies.
I'm sure
I
it's
have
going
them
to
by
take a little
person.
time to find them, so.
So,
2411 Tahi Drive is almost at the end of the packet.
and I believe they're in the packet alphabetically by owner, so that should help us. So on the Tahi Drive, many of the items were not provided at the original submittal. And Mr. Kohlenberg provided a thumb drive this morning instead of in paper for us to kind of look at. So I will jump to some of his responses. I've downloaded it. And let's see, so Tom Ripple. It doesn't look like he included any additional items for the Tahi properties. So I'm not sure if he would like to, his reply, I'd prefer if he answered the questions why he didn't submit these. It looks like for every item, each one of these that I've looked at that he responded to where I said did not meet compliance. In this particular one, it looks like he gave a blanketed statement, but really didn't answer the question as to why he didn't provide it.
Mr. Kohlenberg, could you please address why you didn't provide the information as requested in the subpoena?
I did.
Well, I just heard the assessor say she didn't have adequate information from you to make compliance.
Can the assessor please read the question that you're looking to have answered, and I will respond.
All right, so basically on the subpoena, item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He did not provide information for. So, number 1, copies of any and all loan documents or agreements. There was no
Okay,
information.
let's start with that one. So, the original subpoena asked for the documents, the loan documents, correct?
You have the subpoena, yes.
No, I don't know where it is because everything's out of order. Where's the,
You have the original subpoena provided to you.
Going in order,
it's what?
agenda.
We're talking about Tahi?
Correct.
Yeah, so what page is in it? Because page 1 here is Fedler. So where is it in this 20-page document? Is it at the end, in the middle? I don't know where it is.
Mr. Kohlenberg.
Almost at the end.
Okay, just a moment, Amy. I'm going to answer your question. Oh, here it is. Okay, so The original subpoena asked for copies of any and all loan documents. So I responded in writing with the original subpoena request. And I said, none. And then you asked for the documents, and you wrote, did not meet compliance, no information provided. But I did. I said there were no documents. There are no loan documents. And unfortunately, as I'm looking at the drive that I brought along, I don't have the exact, I gave it to Tracy. There was a second drive. I don't have it. It's not working. But I essentially said there are 3 responses. The first one is, the document doesn't exist. The second is, the document is not under my control or my client's control. And the third is, you refuse to sign a confidentiality agreement. But on this particular one, I can tell you the document doesn't exist. Your subpoena follow-up said, explain why the document doesn't exist. Because it doesn't exist. That's why it doesn't exist, because there is no loan. So I don't know what more you're looking for. You want me to produce a document that doesn't exist?
Let's go to number 2.
Okay.
You've answered number 1.
So number 2 on that is a copy of the real estate title insurance policy delivered to the lender as part of the mortgage on the subject property.
Okay, I'm showing number 2 as copies of any and all appraisal reports. Is that the one?
Okay, well, what you provided isn't in order. Your responses back to me are not numbered according to how I sent it to you. So, number 2 on my part is copies of any and all appraisal reports or other valuation documents prepared in connection with obtaining any loan or mortgage on the subject property, or any other appraisal report delivered for any other purpose.
So, as I said, the flash drive isn't working, but I did give you a response to that. I don't have it. My flash isn't working. Can you just read the response that I gave you in its entirety?
Why don't you answer the questions under oath, is what I'm saying.
Sure. I don't have the document. Flash drive isn't working, but there are 3 responses. The first one is, the document doesn't exist. The second one is, it's not under me or my client's control. And the third is, we had asked you to sign a confidentiality agreement, and you did not sign it. You refused to sign the confidentiality agreement. So on this one, there is no appraisal.
Okay, thank you. Number 3.
Number 3, a copy of the real estate title insurance policy delivered to the lender as part of any mortgage on the subject property.
What's the question?
Mr. Kohlenberg, I understand this is Amy Seibel speaking, and as you know, and members of the board, I represent the assessor in these cases. So I understand that you have 3 different possible reasons why documents have not been produced. I would ask that you please tell us for each of the items, which of the 3 is your reason for not producing responsive documents?
Sure.
Would that be acceptable?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
So I think we're on number 3, a copy of the real estate title insurance policy. Which of your 3 alternative reasons are you going to submit to the board as to why no responsive documents were provided?
Can you repeat the question?
Certainly. You've offered 3 different reasons why, in each of the instances where documents were requested, that documents are not being provided today. I would ask that as we go through these and as we identify what the subpoena request was, that you be specific as to why the documents are not being provided, i.e. that they don't exist, or they're not within the control of you as the agent or the property owner, or there was no confidentiality agreement that was signed. So for each of these, as we move forward, if you just state to the board under oath which of those 3 reasons why you're not producing the documents, all right?
Sure. So I'm on, I think, number 3, and I think the question is to produce a copy of the real estate title insurance policy delivered to the lender as part of any mortgage on the subject property did not meet compliance, no information provided. The answer is it doesn't exist.
All right?
And I do need some clarification. So with regard to the subpoenas, Amy, I just need clarification. Did you say that you had submitted subpoenas to me?
Which Amy are you speaking?
No, the assessor.
You received subpoenas from the assessor's office in person for all of these properties.
Okay, so I just
And
want to
they
make
were
sure.
due on, I believe it was September 19th originally.
Okay, so you submitted subpoenas to me from the assessor's office, correct?
We requested the board a review to issue subpoenas. The chairman signed them, and they were hand-delivered to you on September 19th when you were here, or the hearing before September 19th.
Okay, because before you said that you gave me subpoenas, but now you're saying that the board gave me subpoenas. I just want to be clear, who issued the subpoenas?
Mr. Kohlenberg, you were here and present when the board issued the subpoenas, when we requested the subpoenas to you.
Oh, I received them. I just
Okay.
wanted to know, for clarity, if it was you or if it was the board. Because you've changed your response twice. So now you're saying it's the board that issued the subpoenas. Is that correct?
If you looked at the subpoena, Mr. Kohlenberg, you'd see they're under my signature as chairman of the board.
Right.
So
That's where my
that's who-
confusion
That's who
came.
issued the subpoenas, and that's why we're reviewing them today, to make sure that you've met compliance. If you haven't met compliance, then we'll act on whether or not the appeal is going to be continued.
Right.
So please answer the questions concisely, and let us continue on so that we can go through the stack of paper and make sure that your clients are treated fairly.
Of course. Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, the reason I was confused is because I did receive subpoenas in person and by email that were signed by you. However, the assessor said she issued subpoenas, and I just needed clarity, who's issuing the subpoenas? Did she issue the subpoenas or did the board? And now I understand it was the board. I'm happy to answer any further questions.
Please continue. We're on to number 4. Number 4?
Okay, you want me to read each one? All right. A copy of the promissory note delivered in connection with any loan on the subject property.
Your answer is Mr. Kohlenberg?
So I want to make sure I got this right, because I'm under oath, and I want to be sure I got everything right. I'm going to read the response. The reason I did not give a copy of the promissory note delivered in connection with any loan on the subject property is that it doesn't exist.
Number 5, a copy of the loan closing statements pertaining to any loan or mortgage on the subject property.
My answer for not producing a copy of the loan closing statements pertaining to any loan or mortgage on the subject property is because the documents don't exist.
Number 6, a copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof in other documentation where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of the loan on the subject property.
My answer 2, a copy of any loan to value analysis or the equivalent thereof in any other documentation where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of the loan on the subject property is because the document doesn't exist.
Number 7, please.
A copy of every other document in your possession that pertains in any way or reference the subject property that was obtained and/or delivered or executed in connection with any mortgage or loan.
The reason I did not produce a copy of every other document in my possession or my client's possession that pertains in any way or references the subject property that was obtained and/or delivered or executed in connection with any mortgage or loan is because I produced all the documents that exist. No other documents exist. There is no mortgage. There is no loan.
Number 8, there is an answer provided. Is that satisfactory?
Yes.
Number 9.
Copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that include the real property assets located in the subject property for all the time periods the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021.
The reason I did not produce any copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that include the real property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021, is because my client doesn't maintain those records.
Number 10, please. We've met compliance, and number 10 indicates met compliance provided depreciation and amortization report. Is that acceptable?
Yes. Copies of excerpts
This is number 11. Please continue.
from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that include the personal property assets located at the subject property for the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021.
The reason I did not supply copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that include the personal property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021, is because my client does not maintain, for accounting purposes, fixed asset depreciation schedules. They don't exist.
Number 13 indicates met compliance. Was the information provided satisfactory?
Yes. Number 14, a copy of any management agreement in place as of December 31st, 2021 that pertains to the management of the subject property.
That's number 14?
Correct.
The reason I did not supply a copy of a management agreement in place as of December 31st, 2021 that pertains to the management of the subject property is because my client does not have a management agreement in place. There is no document.
Number 15.
15, met compliance. Number 16, copies of any documents used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form, not already provided to the assessor.
That's number 16, correct?
That's correct.
The reason I didn't supply copies of any document used or considered to determine my opinion of value or my client's opinion of value, as stated on the 2022 objection form not already provided to the assessor, is because none exist other than what I submitted. So for the record, Mr. Chairman, every one of these was responded to in the original subpoena request. Every one of them had the word none next to the document request. So I'm just letting you know, everything was answered the first time, but I'm happy to be here and answer all your questions for further clarity.
Thank you. And that's the reason you're being asked, because of clarity, to make sure that all your clients' rights are protected and that nothing is overlooked. And to be honest with you, at the last meeting, we delayed this opportunity for you because you were out of the country, and we could have easily overlooked your rights and your client's rights and just said, he's not here, therefore, tough luck. But as you can see, we reset our schedule to accommodate you, to make sure that your client's rights were fully protected, to make sure that their appeal and the review of their appeal was done and done properly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So the question is, after reviewing the subpoena, and I would look to the attorney for the city assessor, has this subpoena been complied with in the fullness that you need to help in determining a proper and correct valuation for the property under review?
Mr. Chairman, I would say that Mr. Kohlenberg has stated under oath that there are no responsive documents that don't exist, and so we need to take him at his word and say that there has been satisfactory compliance with the subpoena.
Okay? I so note it, have the record so note. That's our determination, and we'll move on to our next listed property. Which is under 4A on our agenda, Howard and Associates, 5670 King James Court, parcel number 0609 063 0961-3. Again, please bear with us as we look through the documents submitted so that we can find the proper subpoena. Has everybody found it? It's approximately in the middle.
To expedite things, I will only ask the questions for those that did not meet compliance. Is that all right with the board?
I think we should go through everyone to make sure that nothing is overlooked.
Okay.
I'm still trying to find it. I don't know if my pack is missing. Oh, there it is, Howard. Okay. Mr. Chairman, before we start on this, may I ask the board a question?
Sure.
So clearly, this is going to take several hours, and I'd be happy to step aside and let the representative from Reinhardt have his case heard so that he doesn't have to wait several hours. And when he's done, I'd be happy to continue, just so that he can be on his way rather than listening to hours of deposition, or, I'm sorry, testimony.
Your offer is admirable. The response is no, and that we have other attorneys and people here who have made commitments, and we're going to honor those commitments as well. So we're here with you. We're doing you. You're on our agenda first. So please continue.
Thank you.
All right, number 1, copies of any and all loan documents or agreements executed or delivered in connection with the closing of any mortgage by and between the lender and the borrower involving a loan hereinafter the loan and mortgage hereinafter the mortgage on the subject property. So he met compliance, provided a loan agreement dated 1/25/17. Number 2, copies of any and all appraisal reports on other evaluation documents prepared in connection with obtaining any loan or mortgage on the subject property or any other appraisal report delivered by any other purpose, met compliance. He provided a 2004 and 2017 appraisals. Number 3, a copy of the real estate title insurance policy delivered to the lender as part of any mortgage on the subject property. Did not meet compliance. No information was provided.
Can you answer that, Mr. Kohlenberg, why that was not provided?
And we're on Howard and Associates, correct?
Correct.
Number 3.
Number 4.
Number 4.
Number 3.
Number 3.
Excuse me.
The reason I did not provide a copy of the real estate title insurance policy and delivered to the lender as part of any mortgage on the subject property is because my client doesn't have one. He doesn't have the insurance policy document.
Number 4, a copy of the promissory note delivered in connection with any loan on the subject property. Met compliance. He provided a promissory note for Royalty Arms LLC. Number 5, a copy of the loan closing statements pertaining to any loan or mortgage on the subject property. Met compliance. Provided one-page discernment authorization. Number 6, a copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof in other documentation where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriter of the loan on the subject property. Did not meet compliance. No information was provided.
Number 6, the reason I did not provide a copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof in any other documentation where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of the loan on the subject property is that my client doesn't have that document. It's unclear if it exists.
Number 7, please.
A copy of every other document in your possession that pertains in any way or references the subject property that was obtained and or delivered or executed in connection with any mortgage or loan. Did not meet compliance. No information was provided.
Number 7, the reason I did not provide a copy of every other document in my possession that pertains in any way or references the subject property that was obtained and or delivered or executed in connection with any mortgage or loan is that there is no other document that is in my client's possession.
Number 8, a copy of the rent roll for the subject property as of December 31st, 2019, 2020, and 2021. Did not meet compliance, provided only one page of handwritten notebook paper dated 4/1 of 2022.
I did provide a copy of the rent roll for the subject property as of December 31st, as of January 1st, 2022. There is no December 31st, 2019, December 31st, 2020, or December 31st, 2021 that is in my client's possession.
Does your client not maintain rent rolls? Doesn't have a list of the tenants that are renting space at the property? That's your answer?
I couldn't understand what you were saying.
Sure, I'll repeat it. Is your answer that your client does not maintain a rent roll listing the rents and the tenants that are occupying the space? Is that your testimony?
I believe that's the case, and that's why you received a handwritten 2022 rent roll, because he didn't have it until I asked him to create it when I was doing the initial analysis. He is a small real estate investor, and I believe when we spoke, he didn't understand what a rent roll was. So he doesn't create them, doesn't maintain them.
All right.
Please continue.
Number 9, copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that include the real property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Okay, that was number 9?
Yes.
Correct, number 9.
The reason I didn't provide copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that include the real property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021 is because he doesn't maintain accounting records of fixed assets for anything other than tax purposes, which was submitted.
Number 10, copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for income tax reporting purposes that include any of the real property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021. Met compliance, provided a 26 to 29 pages of depreciation and amortization worksheet and pages 37 to 39 of a 2021 depreciation and amortization worksheet. Number 11, copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that include the personal property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021. Did not meet compliance, no information was provided.
The reason I did not provide copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that include the personal property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021 is because they do not exist.
Number 12, a copy of any document that provides a detailed breakdown of all construction costs incurred for the construction of the subject property, including all hard and soft costs incurred in the construction of the buildings and site improvements located at the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information was provided.
The reason I did not provide a copy of any document that provides a detailed breakdown of all construction costs incurred for the construction of the subject property, including all hard and soft costs incurred in the construction of the buildings and the site improvements located at the subject property, is because he didn't build the building, and he doesn't have those documents. I'm unclear why you would ask for it.
Number 13.
Copies of any and all construction, remodeling, draws, schedules, AIA schedules pertaining to any bank loan for the construction, remodeling of any and all improvements at the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information was provided.
The reason I did not provide copies of any and all construction, remodeling, draw schedules, AIA schedules, pertaining to any bank loan for the construction, remodeling, and any and all improvements at the subject property is that My client did not build the building. There are no construction and remodeling draw schedules or AIA schedules in his control.
Number 14.
A copy of any document that shows the detailed breakdown of all construction remodeling soft costs incurred for the construction remodeling of the subject property, including but not limited to architecture, engineering, survey testing, geotechnical, environmental, developmental fees, legal and accounting, leasing, commissions, insurance, construction period interest, financing fees, and other soft costs. Did not meet compliance, no information was provided.
Number 14, the reason I did not provide a copy of any document that shows the detailed breakdown of all construction remodeling soft costs incurred for the construction remodeling of the subject property, included but not limited to architecture, engineering, survey testing, geotechnical, environmental, development fees, legal and accounting, leasing commissions, insurance, construction period interest, finance fees, and other soft costs, is because my client did not build the building. He doesn't have control of those documents.
I ask a question.
Go ahead, Ryan.
I was wondering if the response is saying that there's been no remodeling as well, because it sounds like, yeah, they didn't build the building, but I was wondering if the response is also that there's no remodeling, or if that remodeling term is limited to some reason. So I was just wondering if we could clarify that, because I'm not sure if that is making sense to me.
The board is asking for clarification about the remodeling possibilities on this property. Has there been any? We want to make sure that we understand that you're saying there has been none.
So in communication with my client, I asked him to respond to every single question, and any question in the subpoena that he didn't understand, he should ask me about, and anything that doesn't exist, he should tell me about. It's my understanding that he did not remodel the building.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Number 15, please.
A copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years. Did not meet compliance, no information was provided.
Number 15, the reason I did not provide a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years is because no document exists.
Number 16.
Copies of the internally prepared income statements and balance sheets for each of the calendar years 2019, 2020, and 2021 for the subject property that came directly from the books and financial records as maintained by the property owner. This he met compliance, provided balance sheets and income and expense worksheets. Number 17, a copy of any management agreement in place as of December 31st, 2021 that pertains to the management of the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information was provided.
Number 17, the reason I did not provide a copy of any management agreement in place as of December 31st, 2021 that pertains to the management of the subject property, no management agreement exists.
Number 18.
A copy of any documents that calculate your opinion of market value per your objection form. Met compliance, provided a one-page direct cap Excel sheet. Number 19, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form, not already provided to the assessor. Did not meet compliance, no information was provided.
Number 19, the reason I did not provide copies of any documents used or considered to determine my opinion of value as stated on the 2022 objection form not already provided to the assessor, there are no additional documents.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Kohlenberg? I'm looking at your one-page income approach summary that you provided in support of your opinion of value. And I note that you have a base cap rate of 6.5%. Are there any documents that you reviewed or considered in order to reach the conclusion that 6.5% base cap rate is appropriate for this property?
There are no documents. However, it is, in my professional opinion, a 6.5% cap rate. I did not prepare documentation prior to submitting that, and I still do not have it. However, when the time comes during the hearing, I will supply that documentation.
All right, your objection form does say that, and in the question of basis for your opinion of assessed value, it says supporting documentation to follow under separate cover. Are you saying that you have additional information, but you're not providing it at this time? Additional documents to support your opinion of value? Or have you provided everything that, that you intend to rely upon?
That is not what I'm saying. I did not say that I have additional documents. What I said is I had used a 6.5 cap rate based on my professional opinion. There is no supporting document for my professional opinion. However, I will be supplying additional documentation at the hearing to support my cap rate.
Well, I believe that that was the purpose of the subpoena request, is that you provide this information now and not at the valuation hearing, so that everyone can consider it in preparation for the valuation hearing. So you're saying that you do have additional documents and they will be submitted at a later date?
The subpoena asks for documents that exist. There is not a document that exists for determining the cap rate. I have complied with the subpoena. I'm also saying that I will supply additional documentation at the hearing for this. It just doesn't exist yet. I had to produce many objections in a short period of time. I did not prepare an opinion, I did not prepare a document supporting the cap rate. No document exists. I complied. I complied with the subpoena. You're asking for a document that doesn't exist. I can't produce that. I may produce additional documentation that supports the cap rate. I got to see what's out there. I haven't done it yet.
Thank you. We'll now move to the discussion with the assessor and our attorney as to whether or not the information that's been provided meets the necessary requirements to accept this appeal.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, one of the purposes of the subpoena is to get all of the information to submit to the board. And that's why that question is specifically asked on the objection form, is supporting documentation. So it's a question for the board to determine whether or not the one-page summary without any backup support for a very important item in the income approach, which is the basis for the cap rate, whether that needed to be provided in pursuant to the subpoena, or if that can be provided later on. I don't believe that there has been compliance with that last item.
I'm looking for the objection form that you referred to and in reference specifically to the statement you were addressing. And I don't have it in my packet, I was just told.
Does the clerk have a copy of the objection form?
She does, and she's pulling it out of her binder.
Thank you.
I'm the only one who currently has it, so could you please point to the specifics on the objection form as to where this information was submitted?
Certainly. On section 3 of the objection form, it states the first question is reason for objection and basis of estimate. The answer was equalized value exceeds fair market value. And then The next question in section 3 states, basis for your opinion of assessed value. Attach additional sheets if needed. The response was supporting documentation to follow under separate cover. Now, I'm assuming this one-page income analysis that was submitted, is that documentation? And so the purpose of the subpoena question was to ask if there's anything more to support. And the response was no documents exist, that the capitalization rate of 6.5% was based on his professional opinion, but professional opinions must be based on market data. And so what that question was looking for in the subpoena was, what is the market data upon which your professional opinion is based? And the response was, no documents exist to support that his professional opinion of the appropriate capitalization rate to determine market value.
Thank you. Other members of the board are looking at the objection form as we continue this discussion.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a process question here? So let's just say the item that we're discussing, item 19, is found not to be in compliance. Does that mean we kick out the entire property, or how does it work?
It's
If
one
one
of,
of these items are not found to be in compliance, do we?
it's one of the items that we look at in total. And it's then our determination if that's a critical item, along with the other items that are either provided or not provided, to help us make a determination as to whether or not he's complied with the subpoena.
Okay, thank you.
Has everybody had a chance to review it? And I apologize, Elton, that, again, being on Zoom, we can't show it to you, but it does read exactly as the assessor's attorney stated it did on the record.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
Now we have a request for comment from the taxpayers' representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, I want to be clear. I take this subpoena very serious. I have answered every question. And when the assessor asked me to go back and find more data, I went back to every one of my clients and I asked for more data. And they said, we gave you everything. And I said, dig deeper. I don't take this subpoena lightly. Let me explain to you what's going on here. The assessor's attorney has created a new request on the spot. I'm going to read to you what the document request is. Number 19. Copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form not already submitted to the assessor. I am under oath. I want to be clear. There is no document. I'm going to be clear as to why there's no document. I had 37 tax keys that I appealed. 37. You're only seeing a handful of them because some of them are combined. Every one of these tax keys, I submitted multiple documents for preparing the objection. It took a long time. I had to prepare an opinion of value, and I had to use a cap rate. I used my professional opinion. let's talk about my professional opinion for a minute and where it came from, which counters what the city assessor's attorney is telling you. I have been a real estate broker for over 40 years. I focus on commercial real estate. I'm a commercial real estate investor. I have looked at all of these properties. I have looked at sales of properties. I have looked at everything in determining my opinion that a cap rate of 6.5% is appropriate. Okay? I look at documents. I look at sales. I look at all these different things, and I have to put down a number. Okay? I put down a number. Where did those numbers come from? Copies of any document used? I didn't keep track of them. I look at sales. I look at all different things. There is no calculation that was based on a specific document. I'm looking at all these different things. I know, you want me to rush it. You're about to throw my subpoena out.
You've stated how you got to the
Yeah.
point you're using based on your professional
It's
experience.
professional opinion. So then what the assessor said is it must be based on market data. I can look at all kinds of things. I don't necessarily keep them. There's a lot of junk. And I can tell you under oath, there is no document that I have in my control that was used to create that. It was an amalgamation of professional experience. There is no document. I complied. Now, what I can tell you is this. She also referred to the objection form. I said additional documentation will follow. It will. That's when I have to argue the case.
Okay, we have a difference of opinion as to when that information should have been submitted between you and the assessor's attorney. We understand that, but I also get the impression that you're not an appraiser. And as an appraiser, how do you determine a cap rate? Is by analytically marking and watching the market and developing a IRV. You know what IRV is? The equation, income.
Income over revenue equals value?
Right, and that's how you
Yeah, I'm
develop,
familiar with it.
statistically develop a cap rate that you then use from comparable property. Have you done that?
No.
Thank you. That's all I need to know. Any other questions from the members of the board?
None here. No.
Okay, we have one member of the board who's momentarily absent. He had business he had to take care of. We'll wait for him to come back before we continue. No problem. This has been a long opportunity for discussion. We're at the point where I'm going to ask the question of the assessor. Do you feel that the subpoena request has been properly and completely submitted so that you can continue and have the information you need to review this case?
Mr. Chairman, we are suggesting that this objection proceed. We would like to have had further documentation, but we have to take Mr. Kohlenberg at his word that he has no documentation to support his capitalization rate on his analysis.
Very good. Let the record so note, we'll accept the case and move on to the next one on our agenda, which is Prairie Builders. Prairie Builders, 6200 Nesbitt Road, parcel number 0609 072 8415-2.
Thank you.
Okay, so number one, copies of any and all loan documents or agreements executed or delivered in connection with the closing of any mortgage by and between a lender and the borrower involving a loan, hereinafter the loan, and mortgage hereinafter the mortgage on the subject property. Met compliance, he provided a disbursement request and authorization form and mortgage dated March 1st, 2019. Number 2, copies of any and all appraisal reports or other valuation documents prepared in connection with obtaining any loan or mortgage on the subject property or any other appraisal report delivered for any other purpose. The public records disclose a loan mortgage in the amount of $1,200,000 between Crary Builders, Inc. and Kenneth Crary as borrowers and DMB Community Bank as lender, recorded March 2nd, 2018 as documents 5392998 in Dane County. Met compliance, appraisal provided February 7th, 2018. Number 3, a copy of the real estate title insurance policy delivered to the lender as part of any mortgage on the subject property. Met compliance, provided a master statement from Fidelity National Title Company dated March 1, 2018. Number 4, copy of the promissory note delivered in connection with the current loan on the subject property. Met compliance, provided same information as number 1. Number 5, copy of the loan closing statement pertaining to the current loan and or mortgage on the subject property. Met compliance, provided same information as number 3. Number 6, a copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof in any other documentation where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of their current loan on the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Any response, Mr. Kohlenberg?
Number 6, I did not provide a copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof in any other documentation where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of the current loan on the subject property, because if a loan-to-value analysis exists, my client doesn't have it.
Number 7.
Copy of the purchase documents in your possession that pertain to the acquisition of the subject property on March 1st, 2018 for the purchase price of $2,150,000. Met compliance, provided appraisal and offer to purchase dated December 4th, 2017. Number 8, a copy of the rent roll for the subject property as of December 31st, 2019, 2020, and 2021. Met compliance, provided rent rolls for 19, 20, and 21. Number 9, copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for income tax reporting purposes that include any of the real property assets located in the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021. Met compliance, provided federal statements, Form 1065. Number 10, a copy of the closing statement executed in connection with the purchase of the subject property in 2018. Met compliance, provided same information as number 3. Number 11, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years. Did not meet compliance, no information was provided.
Number 11, I did not provide a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 years because my client does not produce those. They do not exist.
Number 12, copies of the sale offering materials as prepared by any broker that is currently offering the subject property for sale. Did not meet compliance, no information was provided. Believe property is currently listed for sale for $2.5 million. In the information that we received today, Mr. Kohlenberg included a listing contract. So that would be now fulfilled. So that was not originally submitted.
Excuse me. I think it was submitted. It was submitted, I think that was the last 12 pages of the appraisal. Oh, wait. No. So here's what happened. My client supplied many documents to me. And this particular document, he mislabeled as Kohlenberg Agreement. And I thought, I'm not going to submit that to the Board of Review. It's not what they're asking for. When I asked him for this document, he said, I gave it to you. I thought, okay. I went back. It was mislabeled. And when I saw that it was mislabeled, I submitted it. So I apologize to the assessor and to the board for not submitting it originally, but the document was originally mislabeled.
Does the assessor have a copy of that document?
Yes, we received it this morning right before board was to start.
Thank you.
Number 13, a copy of any document that calculates your opinion of market value per your objection form. Met compliance provided a one-page property assessment analysis Excel document. Number 14, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form, not already provided to the assessor. Did not meet compliance, no information was provided.
The reason I did not supply copies of any documents used or considered to determine my opinion of value as stated on my 2022 objection form not already submitted to the assessor is because they don't exist.
And members of the board, I would just like further confirmation that the capitalization rate that was used in determining the agent's opinion of value, there is no backup support in the form of documents to support his professional opinion as to the appropriate cap rate to use to value this property. I would just ask for him to confirm that there are no market-supported data documents to support his professional opinion of value.
I confirm.
Thank you. After reviewing the information as submitted, we defer to the assessor and her attorney as to whether or not they feel that the subpoena has been fully met and what direction we should continue or work with on this appeal.
Members of the board, based on the sworn testimony of the objector's agent that documents don't exist, we would recommend that there's been satisfactory compliance with the subpoena and that the matter continue.
So noted. We'll move on to Seminole Creek LLC. They have two parcels.
Can I ask the chair a question?
Okay, Rich?
Do we need to read into the record every item that met compliance? Or can we just, as we go through these, only address the ones that did not meet compliance? And maybe get out of here before baseball season starts in spring? Is that a possibility?
It certainly is, if all parties agree to it. Mr. Kohlenberg, would you agree to adjusting the review of the subpoena by just reviewing the ones that have not been submitted?
I think that's a great idea. I agree.
And Assessor, would you agree to the same?
Definitely.
Okay, that's where we'll proceed with Seminole
you.
Creek LLC, 2807 and 2800 Mickelson Parkway. Parcel numbers 0609 091 9615-0, 0609 091 9645-4. Now we need to find them in our stack of paper.
They're the 11th sheet, page
11th sheet,
Oh, I'm sorry, wrong one.
wrong one.
Sorry. It's the 19th sheet. I think it's towards the end. Or page 37.
Both parcels are listed on one subpoena form.
Correct.
Okay. Everybody has it, I hope. Please continue.
Do you want me just to skip the items or just say number 1, met compliance, number 2, met compliance?
Yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense.
All right, so number 1, met compliance. Number 2, met compliance. Number 3, met compliance. Number 4, met compliance. Number 5, met compliance. Number 6, a copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof or other documents where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of the loan on the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Your response to number 6, Mr. Kohlenberg?
Yes, sir. Number 6, a copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof and other documentation where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of the loan on the subject property. If a document exists, my client does not have it.
Number 7, met compliance. Number 8, met compliance. Number 9, copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that include the real property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021. Did not meet compliance, no information was provided.
Number 9, copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that include the real property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021. My client does not maintain fixed asset depreciation schedules for accounting reporting purposes. No document exists.
Number 10, met compliance. Number 11, copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that include the personal property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 11, copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that include the personal property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021. My client does not maintain fixed asset depreciation schedules for accounting reporting purposes. No document exists.
Number 12, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 12, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022-2023 calendar years. My client does not maintain an operating budget. He does not have a document.
Number 13, copies of the internally prepared income statements and balance sheets for each of the calendar years 2019, 2020, and 2021 for the subject property that come directly from the books and financial records as maintained by the property owner. Did not meet compliance, provided 2019, 2020, and 2021 cash flow statements only.
Number 13, copies of the internally prepared income statements and balance sheets for each of the calendar years 2019, 2020, and 2021 for the subject property that come directly from the books and financial records as maintained by the property owner. My client does not create internally prepared income statements and balance sheets. They do prepare cash flow statements. This document does not exist.
What was the reason for, hold on, can I ask a question? What was the reason then for providing the cash flow statements if the document that was being asked for does not exist?
So when I supplied the supporting documentation with my objection, I included the best information that I had. They were the cash flow statements. That is all the information I had to work with, and it is the closest document I could come up with to the assessor's request.
Do you, Amy, does that meet that, or is that apples to oranges, or is it apples, the cash flow statement?
I can address that because in addition to being a lawyer, I'm a CPA as well. And in looking at the cash flow statement that was provided, I do not agree that there is not an income statement and a balance sheet. On the cash flow statement that was provided, there are general ledger accounts, and there is no way you can even prepare a cash flow statement without having a corresponding income statement and balance sheet. Because to have a balance sheet, you need an income statement. And so it says on the bottom of this cash flow report, rentmanager.com prepared it. So I would ask that further explanation be given on this, because I don't accept that there is no balance sheet or income statement, especially given the format of the cash flow statement that was provided.
May I respond?
Please.
My client does not have an internally prepared income statement, nor do they have an internally prepared balance sheet. And I understand what Amy is saying, that she's a CPA, and that you would think that if they can prepare a cash flow statement, they can prepare an income statement. And I asked my client for it. I said, give me the income statement. And he said, we don't prepare those. I said, well, what do you have? And he gave me the cash flow statements. So I am in compliance because I provided exactly what exists, a cash flow statement, which is the closest I can come to an income statement and a balance sheet. My client does not use an income statement or a balance sheet to run his business. He uses a cash flow statement. And I understand that this is unusual. However, that is the truth. No document exists. I have complied with hundreds of subpoena questions, and I did look into this, and I asked him for it. No document exists. I cannot produce it. I gave you the closest thing that I can produce. He doesn't use them. And I understand from CPA to CPA, Amy, that it seems unusual. However, I'm not required to create documents. I am required to provide documents that exist.
You provided the cash flow statement based on your input from your client to say this is the closest thing I can give you, Gary.
Yeah,
Your subjective call then to submit those to the city based on the subpoena that was delivered by the city on behalf of Mr. Couillard, the chair. So
what I did is I submitted those with the original objection, and in an effort of over-delivering, because this is not what you asked for, but it's the closest I could come, in an effort of over-delivering. Now, I can tell you that I did go through these financial statements, and it's not that tough to pick out the income statement from the cash flow. As far as the balance sheet, they just don't use it.
Question for the two Amy's. Amy and Mercer, have you seen this with other folks that you've worked with, use this cash flow statement to kind of substitute for what you're asking for in Fitchburg here?
No, everyone provided income statements and balance sheets to the extent they existed. And I believe they exist here because there is a sophisticated accounting system with general ledger accounts. And so every debit needs a credit. And so there has to be a balance sheet in order to even have the items that are identified on the cash flow statement. And I don't believe it's up to the assessor, who probably doesn't have the level of accounting knowledge that I have, or even Mr. Kohlenberg has,
Okay.
to be able to pull out the items from the cash flow statement that are not appropriate for determining the net operating income of an income-producing property. For example, the first item of expense on this cash flow statement is owner's draw. So the profits that the owner pulls out of the company is not an item of expense that is used by an assessor to determine net operating income. So
So in your
I hope I've
professional
answered your
judgment,
question.
this is a red flag for you, so to speak, in your professional judgment.
Yes, it is not what is routinely kept, and it's not what is routinely given to the assessor when income and expense statements are requested.
Thank you.
May I respond?
Please do.
I understand what the assessor's attorney is saying. And I understand the first line. I don't have it in front of me, but the first line is owner's draw. That's certainly not what you would typically see on either a balance sheet or an income statement. However, I have two comments. It doesn't exist. And number two, what I would propose is the following. I'd like a little bit of leeway. I thought I was in compliance, and so did my client, when he produced the documents that they produce. This is
Give you the belief that thought you were in compliance. Did you hear that from the city or the city's attorney, the city assessor?
because I do not have to create documents. I need to provide them. My client does not have an income sheet and a balance sheet. He just doesn't. And so by providing the next best thing, I thought I was in compliance. If I provided nothing, then what would have happened is I would have supplied information to the assessor when I first met with her on August 9th, and then supplied nothing to the Board of Review. I made a judgment call. I'm going to show you everything that I've got. So here's what I would propose to the board. If this is a critical issue for the board, I would propose the following. I have complied with all of the requests on this subpoena or given an explanation on every one of them, just like every other subpoena I've gone through. If this is critical to the board, I will go back to my client and ask him, I know it doesn't exist, I can ask him if he can create it. I don't know if he can create it. And I can tell you something else. My client is an unusual individual. He is a very sophisticated real estate investor, very sophisticated. And I understand that it may not make sense to me as a CPA or to Attorney Seibel as a CPA or any board member here or the assessor. However, my client owns thousands of units, and he does things different, and it seems to have worked for him. So even though he doesn't produce an income statement and a balance sheet, doesn't mean that it's outside the realm of what he uses to manage his business. You're asking for a document that doesn't exist. Give me a little leeway. I'll go back and I'll ask him again.
Thank you. Let's move on.
I have a question for.
Okay, Ryan, go ahead.
Actually, I mean, a couple of questions because I just don't understand a few things. First of all, I guess one of the questions would be whether or not, maybe this is for Amy, but whether or not a cash flow statement can be easily converted into the compliant document, or whether that can be done, because I think Gary said that it could be easily done, and how easily that may be. I don't know if that's, if that's a big deal, if it is easy to do or not, or if it can be done according to a CPA. Also, I was wondering, I was looking at the definitions of document, definition 5 in the exhibits. And it seems kind of like there's more involved. I don't know if we're using the word document to mean like paper I mean, it obviously includes like other types of documents, but I'm unsure if that includes like just data, because it seems like what he's saying is that, the client that owns this property literally just didn't click the button to create the statement that would be required. I mean, so I guess another question is, are they required to click that button that just makes the document in the form we need? And if not, then is that definition of document cover that, cover the type of arrangement of document with that system that Amy mentioned? It's called like myrent.com or something. I forgot what it was called, but it's got all the data in it, obviously. It's just a matter of whether we can get it produced in some form. But I guess those are my questions. Sorry if that's kind of jumbled.
I believe I understand what you're asking. And when a document is requested, the document must be produced if it is within your possession or control to have it. And so I would say, yes, if it means clicking a button, you have to produce it. You can't say, well, it doesn't exist because I am not going to click the button. And I would further submit to you, there was a very sophisticated appraisal that was done on this property, and there was a substantial loan taken out recently. And the loan was for a state life insurance company. And just speaking from my many years of practice, that the life insurance company, before they are going to submit a loan and grant a loan, they are going to ask for financial statements. And financial statements are a balance sheet and an income statement. So I strongly suggest that at least in 2020, that button was pushed and those financial statements were prepared and submitted, or the loan never would have taken place. That cash flow statement, sure, I understand that in normal operations, developers look at cash flow because that's the bottom line, but the system has the ability to produce all of the financial statements, and they're there. And I'm certain that they were provided to the lender in order to get the loan.
May I respond?
Please do.
Okay, I'd like to point out that Attorney Seibel is speculating on 2 counts. The first count is, she said that she is certain that pushing the button will produce an income statement and a balance sheet. And she is certain that those documents were delivered to the lender. So I don't know how she can be certain about the operating system that my client uses to maintain his financial records if she has no privileged knowledge about that documentation and how it's used or how it's produced. Number one. And number two, she said that she was certain that he provided it to the lender. I don't know how she can be certain unless she was party to the contract. So I am prepared to go back to my client and ask him to create these documents. We're not hiding anything. The cash flow report, there's key information in there that, in my opinion, sifting through it can produce an income statement and a balance sheet. And I get it. That's not the job of the assessor. That's the document that we have. And I don't think it's as easy as pushing a button. And the reason I don't think it's as easy as pushing a button is this. I asked my client for the income statement and the balance sheet. And he said, we don't use those. We don't produce them. I don't even know how to make them. That's how my client operates. He operates off a cash flow statement. I will go back and I will see if his accounting firm or somebody can produce documents, create documents, which were not part of the subpoena request, to satisfy the board and the assessor.
That's very generous of you, and I think that's a reasonable option, but I would like to have it a little more specific. Specifically, to produce a 2020 statement, which appears to have been prepared in the normal process for a loan. And if that is not available, then a current one.
What I will do is I will see if I can prepare a 19, 20, and 21 income and balance sheet. I'm guessing that if we can do one, we can do all three. Whatever I can get, I will do my best to obtain.
We appreciate your effort, and we will move on after the. Is everybody in agreement with that?
Yes.
That should meet the need?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, number 14, a copy of any management agreement in place as of December 31st, 2021 that pertains to the management of the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 14, a copy of any management agreement in place as of December 31st, 2021 that pertains to the management of the subject property. My client does not have a management agreement in place. It does not exist.
Number 15, met compliance. Number 16, copies of any documents used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on the 2022 objection form not already provided to the assessor. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 16, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form not already provided to the assessor. There is no additional documentation. None exists.
Once again, members of the board, I would just ask the witness to confirm that the cap rate of 6.5% that was selected in the valuations submitted as part of the objection form is based on pure appraisal judgment, and there are no supporting backup documents to support that cap rate that was selected.
I confirm.
All right, based on the review we've just completed, I'll defer to the assessor and her attorney as to whether or not they feel that compliance has been met.
Mr. Chairman, those financial statements are critically important, and so I would ask the board to defer on deciding and provide a timetable for Mr. Kohlenberg to provide the financial statements that are requested and that he's asked for additional time to produce.
Mr. Kohlenberg, can you give us an estimate as to what you feel would be a reasonable amount of time necessary to put together these documents or to get them from your client?
I will make the request within the next 24 hours. It is my estimate that if they can be produced, they will be produced within 7 days.
7 business days or 7 days?
7 calendar days.
Is that acceptable, Attorney Seibel?
It is not. It is not. Mr. Kohlenberg suggested that there's an accounting firm that assists with perhaps tax returns and the financial statements. And so I would ask for a much shorter time period because this is not something that they have to start from scratch and calculate.
So I'd like to respond. So I don't know if the accounting firm controls or has access to the internal accounting machinery of this enterprise. If they do, I agree, it should go quick. But if it's done through their own internal staff, it could take longer. I don't think 7 calendar days is a long period of time to produce documents that don't exist, that may require special programming. I don't know what's involved. I mean, if it were No, I know, it sounds kind of different, but if it were easy to produce, my client would have produced them. I don't know what's involved. I think 7 calendar days is a reasonable amount of time. And the other issue is the Board of Review going to meet within the next 7 business days, or 7 calendar days?
Yes.
And am I scheduled to appear on those, or is it? Okay, is it?
That schedule hasn't been determined yet. It's based on what happens today.
And
and what
when
needs
is the
to be
next?
heard.
I'm sorry?
We meet again Monday, October 3rd at 1 p.m. And then we meet again Friday, October 7th at, I believe, 9 a.m.
Okay, so that essentially gives my client 1 business day to produce the documents, less than that, because I don't even know if I can reach him. If I ask him, when we're done with this hearing, which hopefully is before 5 o'clock, that gives him less than a business day to produce the documents. I just don't think that's reasonable. I think that if I give it to you by 7 business days or next Friday, I don't see how that has any impact on the value of the property, whether it's on Monday or Friday. I'm just trying to get you the documents you want, and I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver.
Perhaps the board needs to ask the property operator whether or not these documents exist. Instead of, we keep going back and forth with Mr. Kohlenberg, estimating whether these documents have to be produced or have to be, started from scratch to be prepared. I would just like to know, how difficult will it be to produce these documents? And so maybe we need to go right to the source instead of all of this back and forth and in between.
I have a question before we get to that. You opened the door here, Gary, so I'm going to go there. And I know the property owner. You said he's very, using my words, sophisticated business owner, owns thousands of properties, et cetera, et cetera. There's no doubt he has a lot in Fitchburg. Attorney Seibel, have you seen property owners of this magnitude, of this level, provide documents like this that we're asking for?
Yes.
Oh, I understand. It's unusual. Okay, so how well do you know the property?
I'm not going to bias myself here, so I don't want to answer that question. What I'm saying is someone who was a mayor of this city when your client invested heavily in this city, I know the size and scope. Full disclosure, I took donations from the gentleman when I was in office, just no big deal, it's part of the process. However, we did a full, fair, whatever, open, transparent process. I'm just a little taken aback, Gary, that someone of that size and scope and that sophisticated level would not follow a process that, nothing against Amy Mercer, but Attorney Seibel covers the state, been in the business for what I said last time was 10 years, and you said 30. I'm teasing. She's been around, so she knows how people work. This is a significant thing. I am not blaming you for not providing it. You're under oath. You've told us the truth under oath, but this is a big deal here.
Okay.
So punt this thing down the road, I have some concerns with that.
I'd like to just propose an option. Option 1 is that we're looking for the 2020 statement that was used in financing. You can certainly reach out to your client, and that should be something they have on file, and that they could provide in a very reasonable, short period of time. And I would like to have that provided to the assessor by Monday the 3rd, which again is the next meeting of the board. And if that isn't available at the meeting on the 3rd, we're going to ask you then at that time to go back to your client, and maybe as you talk to your client, tell them this is something that we want and provide it in that 7-day window that you've requested.
Just a moment.
So we are seeking the 2020 document used in the mortgage process. And if that isn't available, then we're asking you to have your client prepare the information, or his accountant, and have it available in the assessor's hands in 7 calendar days
From today.
from today.
And we're leaving it to responsibility of Mr. Kohlenberg to get this information directly from his client, not us,
Correct.
per the attorney's direction to get it, okay, all right.
So
Yes.
the 7 days would be the 5th.
Okay, by the end of business on the 5th?
End of business on the 5th.
Okay, I'd like to repeat that back to you to make sure I have it correct.
We're asking you to go to your client and obtain from him the income and expense information that's been subpoenaed, specifically the information that was used in the 2020 loan process. If that isn't available, you tell us that on Monday the 3rd, because I'm pretty sure you will be here. But in the meantime, when you speak with your client today, if they tell you that's not available, you ask them to work with their accounting firm, whether it's internal or external, so that you can provide it to the board as required under the subpoena by the 5th of October. End of business.
I understand your instructions. I will do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we're at the point then, did we finish all the items?
Yes.
I
and
believe
that-
so.
Okay, and so this case will be then deferred until Monday, October 3rd, which is our tentative meeting date, so we can make a final decision as to the action on the appeal.
Do you need a motion for that one, Mr. Chair, to
Let's make a motion just so it's fully in the record.
I make a motion that we, is it table the correct word? Postpone action on Gold Leaf Development property. Tracy, help me with the name of it again. Gold Leaf property,
Seminole Creek LLC.
Seminole Creek. Postpone action on Seminole Creek until Monday, October 3rd.
We have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, let the record show the motion passed. Next, under item 4 of our agenda, 4A, is Gold Leaf Fitchburg LLC. And there are 6 different parcels listed. Starting with 2675 North Park Lane, parcel number 0609-142-0001-2. 2685 North Park Lane, parcel number 0609-142-0012-2, 2684 North Park Lane, parcel number 0609-142-0023-2. 2674 North Park Lane, parcel number 000609-142-0034-2. Moving to Aurora Lane, 5170 Aurora Lane, parcel number 0609-142-0045-2. 5155 Aurora Lane, parcel number 0609-142-0306-0-2, 06-2. 6 properties, all owned and operated by Gold Leaf Development.
Page 1.
Page 1. Please continue as we look at the subpoena and the response we got on these 6 parcels.
One quick question. For the record, Madam Assessor, this is the same property owner that owns Seminole Creek, right?
Correct.
Not that the two are related, just wanted, okay, thank you.
It's a different legal entity, but the same
property owner, okay. Thank you.
person, individual. And this was all one subpoena.
I have a question before we begin going through them one by one. Has any new information been provided as of the flash drive this morning?
Not related to this item.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Okay. Number 1, copies of any and all loan documents or agreements executed or delivered in connection with the closing of any mortgage by and between a lender and the borrower involving a loan hereinafter the loan and mortgage hereinafter the mortgage on the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information was provided.
Number 1, copies of any and all loan documents or agreements executed or delivered in connection with the closing and any mortgage by and between a lender and the borrower involving a loan hereinafter the loan and mortgage hereinafter the mortgage on the subject property. I did not produce any documents. None exist.
Can I just ask for clarification on that? You checked with the property owner told you there was no mortgage on the property?
It's hard to hear you. Say it again.
Certainly. Would you state under oath that you checked with the property owner and the property owner told you that there was no mortgage or outstanding liability in the form of a mortgage on the subject property, including its acquisition in 2016?
Including what?
Its acquisition in 2016.
That is exactly what the property owner told me. There is no mortgage. There is no loan. That is what he told me.
For the record, can you tell, to respond to her question, when you talked with the property owner?
Just a moment. What was the date on the subpoena request?
September 28th.
And what day of the week was that?
Madam Clerk, do you have a calendar?
September 28th was yesterday.
No, the subpoena, the original subpoena request.
Original subpoena. Amy, do you have that? Otherwise I can look.
The original subpoenas,
September 9th,
September 9th?
I believe.
dated September 9th, were signed by Chairman Couillard, and they were due back on the,
Yep, I can confirm September 29th. Or I'm sorry, September 9th. That was,
and they were due back September 19th, 2022.
September 9th was a Friday.
So I got the subpoena on September 9th. I forwarded it to him that day. I called him that day, and I met with him on Monday morning. So whatever Monday was, what is that? I don't know. The
12th.
So approximately the 12th.
Thank you. Is that satisfactory?
Yes, we can move on.
Let's please continue.
Number 2, met compliance. Number 3, a copy of the real estate title insurance policy delivered to the lender as part of any mortgage on the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 3, a copy of the real estate title insurance policy delivered to the lender as part of any mortgage on the subject property. There is no document. None exists.
Number 4, a copy of the promissory note delivered in connection with any loan on the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 4, a copy of the promissory note delivered in connection with any loan on the subject property. None exists.
Copy of the loan closing statements pertaining to any loan or mortgage on the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 5, a copy of the loan closing statement pertaining to any loan or mortgage on the subject property. None exists.
Number 6, a copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof in other documentation where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of the loan on the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 6, a copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof in any other documentation where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of the loan on the subject property. None exists.
Number 7, a copy of every other document in your possession that pertains in any way or references the subject property that was obtained and/or delivered or executed in connection with any mortgage or loan. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 7, a copy of every other document in your possession that pertains in any way or references the subject property that was obtained and/or delivered or executed in connection with any mortgage or loan. None exists.
A copy of the rent roll for the subject property as of December 31st, here, met compliance. Number 9, copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that include the real property assets located at the subject property for the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 9, copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that includes the real property assets locating at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021. None exists.
Copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for income tax reporting purposes that include any of the real property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, met compliance. Number 11, copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that include the personal property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021. Did not meet compliance, no information was provided.
Number 11, copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for the accounting reporting purposes that include the personal property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021. None exist.
Number 12, copies of any documents that provides a detailed breakdown of all construction costs incurred for the construction of the subject property, including all hard and soft costs incurred in the construction of the buildings and site improvements located at the subject property. Did not meet compliance. Provided same documents as subpoena item number 8, the rent rolls. So that's all that was included in there.
Okay, so it's my understanding that they provided the AIA draws. Do you have that?
That is item number 13.
My question is, do you have that?
as item number 13 for the AIA
No,
draws.
I understand that. It's item 13. That's not my question. My question is, do you have the AIA draws?
I believe there was one document provided for the AIA draw.
Well, it was 7 pages. Do you have that document?
I just answered your question. I said yes.
Okay. That is the most comprehensive documentation my client has with regard to a detailed breakdown of all construction costs.
So, Mr. Kohlenberg, can you represent that any soft costs are identified on the AIA documents as well as the hard costs? Can you provide that as sworn testimony, that all soft costs are included?
Well, I think we included a document with some of the soft costs as well as the AIA costs. And most of the costs associated with this are hard construction costs. There were no soft costs that I'm aware of that we didn't submit. I did submit those, and it was very minor. I believe it was an engineering cost and engineering costs and architectural costs. There were no developer fees. There were no interest expenses. We submitted that.
Construction period interest was submitted, you're saying?
I couldn't understand you.
Construction period interest was submitted?
I don't know that there was any interest. I don't think there was no loan. What I'm saying is there was no interest.
Okay.
So you're talking about number 13. Number 13, those AIA documents. The question was to provide those construction draw documents pertaining to any bank loan for the construction of any and all improvements. I don't have a copy of those AIA documents right now, but you're saying that the construction draw was not to a lender?
It's so hard to hear you. I've heard everything except the last few words.
I said I don't have a copy of the AIA construction draw documents, but typically those construction draw documents are draws that are drawn from a bank loan for construction costs. So you provided 7 pages, you state, but you're saying there was no construction loan?
There was no loan on the property, correct.
Okay, I think that answers it. Thank you. Let's move to the next one. Actually, 13 has been reviewed and read. 14,
A copy of any document that shows the detailed breakdown of all construction soft costs incurred for the construction of the subject property, included but not limited to architectural, engineering, survey testing, geotechnical, environmental, development fees, legal and accounting, leasing, commissions, insurance, construction period interest, financing fees, and other soft costs. Did not meet compliance, provided same documents as subpoena item number 8, the rent rolls.
I think that's the one we just did.
It was the same as 12, so that was submitted in both file folders as the same information as what was in number 8.
oh, I think we've already just,
Okay. Number 15, a copy of 15 met compliance.
okay.
16, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 16, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 23 calendar years. Did not meet compliance. There is no document. He doesn't maintain operating budgets.
Number 17, copies of the internally prepared income statements and balance sheets for each of the calendar years 2019, 2020, and 2021 for the subject property that came directly from the books and financial records as maintained by the property owner. Did not meet compliance, provided the cash flow report only.
So this is the identical situation as the Seminole property. And with the board's approval, what I will do is I will go back to my client immediately and ask him to produce the 2019, 2020, and 2021 income statements and balance sheets. There was no loan, so it's not like I can go back and refer to that. So I will go back and ask him for those documents, and I need to have those back to you by the 5th, end of business day. Is that acceptable, Mr. Chairman?
Well, it's certainly an option, but it's not my decision alone. We have to look at this and say, how is this going to work for everybody involved? So you're saying this is the exact same party that you'll be working with on the other appeal that we looked at, that we deferred until the 3rd, and you're looking at using the exact same dates, but you're now telling me, because we asked specifically in that to have the one from the loan agreement by the 3rd, and you're now saying there's no loan here. So I'm not sure exactly how you're going to get a document, or how I can ask you to provide a document if you're saying there's no loan. So it's got to be a little bit different, and therefore I think we need a little different motion to make sure that everybody is looking for the same thing in the same time period.
I'm comfortable with the request since it's the same time period. If the board would be okay with me making a motion, help me out with the motion, with the language here, but the motion would be to postpone action on the property labeled on Aurora, 5170 Aurora Avenue, 5155 Aurora Avenue, 2685 North Park Lane, 2684 North Park Lane, 2675 North Park Lane, 2674 North Park Lane, until October 3rd, based on the time frame that we've set up, the documents provided by the end of business day on October 5th. That's my motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
You said we're meeting on the 3rd and you want the docs by the 5th? Did you have that switched?
Well, what are we doing with the 3rd? What was the 3rd? We're meeting on the 3rd. Would we revisit this on the 3rd or no?
And when did the docs come?
Yeah. We'll revisit this on the 3rd.
On the 3rd. But the documents, his deadline is the 5th, right?
No, his documents would be what we set.
Okay. Well, what would we set from the previous one again?
Okay, so in the previous motion, I was to produce the 2020 income and expense statement submitted when my client had applied for the loan that was due on the 3rd.
Okay.
And if that can't be produced, to produce the 19, 20, and 21 income and expense and balance sheet by the 5th, end of business.
Okay.
However, there is no loan, so the 3rd deadline doesn't apply.
Yeah, but we want to look at this on the 3rd. I'll withdraw my motion so we can get the right motion. Right. Didn't have a second. So
You
it
didn't
failed.
have a second.
It failed, yeah.
Okay, so we're going to ask the property owner's representative to go back to his client and work with their internal, external accounting systems, staff, whatever they need to do, to provide us the information requested in the subpoena. Since this is different than the original first property owned by this group, we need to have a very specific time period in which we ask for the reply. This is a substantial complex, and we're looking at 6 parcels here. So I'm not sure if this is push a button or if this is going to be something that takes more time. So I guess I would look at the 5th, which would be 7 business days, as being reasonable. That's my opinion. I would ask the board for their comments and feelings.
I'm in agreement with you, Mike.
Okay,
My schedule's up in the air, so I don't know what I can
On the
do.
5th, we're talking now?
Yeah.
Jeepers, scrapers.
Well, we're meeting on
Third.
3rd, and we're meeting again on the 7th.
Right.
The assessor needs some time to look at it.
So this would not be us meeting again
Oh.
on the 5th. It's just when he needs to have those documents to.
Yeah, on the 5th, then, if for meeting on the 7th.
Just for clarification.
I'd be comfortable, if we're meeting on the 7th, I'd be comfortable with a deadline of the end of the day on the 5th. That gives you full day on the 6th, correct? Amy, to look at it.
That okay? 5th?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, members of the board.
We'll need a motion.
Motion would be for these properties that we're discussing, I don't want to restate them. Mr. Kohlenberg will provide documentation that is required by October 5th, close of business.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I will second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 We'll then note this subpoena review as being deferred.
Did you want to continue with 18, 19, and 20, hear those answers, or?
Oh, we might as well. You're right. Please continue, and we'll finish it before we defer it.
Okay. Number 18, a copy of any management agreement in place as of December 31st, 2021 that pertains to the management of the subject property did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 18, a copy of the management agreement in place as of December 31st, 2021 that pertains to the management of the subject property. My client does not maintain a management agreement, none exists.
Okay. Number 19, met compliance. And number 20, copies of any documents used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form not already provided to the assessor. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 20, copies of any document used or considered to determine my opinion of value as stated on the 2022 objection form not already provided to the assessor. None exist.
Again, I would ask for confirmation from Mr. Kohlenberg that the 6.5% cap rate that he used in his income analysis is based on his professional opinion without consulting with any documents as far as market evidence to support that.
I confirm.
Okay, thank you. Based on our motion and the information presented, agreeable to all parties, we will defer the review of the subpoena until our next, I guess,
October 7th.
October 7th, with the information to be provided to the assessor by the end of business day on the 5th. If not available, a good explanation as to why not, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, members of the board.
At this point, it's 11:16. We've been sitting here for over 3 hours. It's time that we take a break. So at this point, I'm going to recess the board for 10 minutes so we can all stretch and take a break. We'll reconvene in 10 minutes. Break is over. And a point of clarification. So we're going to make a motion to amend the motion for the response so that everybody's clear as to what the end of business day means. And that end of business day means 4:30, which is the official office hours of the city. And we're going to ask that those documents be in paper. They can also be electronic afterwards, but the paper documents be delivered by 4:30 on the dates we've agreed to. If all parties are understanding that and accept it, we won't make a motion to change it. We'll just make sure that everybody's on the same page with the time frame of the documentation that we're looking for so that there's no misunderstandings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is that acceptable?
Yes, sir.
Is that acceptable to the assessor?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll proceed with the motions as we discussed and approved, noting then for the record that close of business means close of hours for City Hall, which is 4:30 on the typical workday. Item 4A on our agenda, next one up is Vista Apartments.
Last sheet.
Last sheet, thank you. We're now looking at Vista Apartments. Vista Apartments LLC, 5120 East Cheryl Parkway. Parcel number 0609-114-2716-2. Please begin.
Okay, number 1, met compliance. Number 2, met compliance. Number 3, met compliance. Number 4, met compliance. Number 5, met compliance. Number 6, a copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof in other documentation where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of the loan on the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
That was number 6.
Yes.
A copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof in any other documentation where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of the loan on the subject property. No document exists.
Number 7, met compliance. Number 8, a copy of the rent roll for the subject property as of December 31st, 2019, 2020, and 2021. Did not meet compliance. Provided the 2020 and the 2021 rent roll. Did not provide a 2019 rent roll.
Number 8, a copy of the rent roll for the subject property as of December 31st, 2019, 2020, 2021. So I asked my client about this, and of all the subpoenas, this particular client is very thorough in maintaining and providing documentation. And I couldn't understand what's with 2019. And they said that they had switched computer systems and that they don't have rent rolls for 2019 for the majority of their properties. So this particular year, we can't produce it. It doesn't exist for, and I believe it's every property because of computer switchover.
Number 9, met compliance. Number 10, met compliance. Number 11, met compliance. Number 12, met compliance. Number 13, met compliance. Number 14, met compliance. Number 15, met compliance. Number 16, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 16, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of 2022-23 calendar years. My client does not maintain operating budgets. No document exists.
Number 17, met compliance. Number 18, met compliance. Number 19, met compliance. Number 20, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form, not already provided to the assessor. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 20, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on the 2022 objection form not already provided to the assessor. No document exists.
And once again, as with the other subpoenas that we've gone through, I would just ask the witness to confirm that the capitalization rate used in the income analysis provided in support of his opinion of value is based on his professional opinion without any support of, from the market in terms of documents.
I confirm.
We'll then defer to the assessor and her attorney as to whether or not they feel that the information that's been provided meets the requirements of the subpoena and whether it's acceptable or not.
Members of the board, as the board will see as we go through the remaining subpoenas, where Mr. Scott Kelly is listed as the representative property owner, compliance has been excellent with this property, and you'll see with the other properties. And so there has been compliance with the subpoena.
Let the record note, we'll accept the appeal. And that's for 5120 East Cheryl Parkway, parcel number 0609-114-2716-2. Next on our agenda, Riva West LLC, and there are three parcels, 5148, 5150, and 5152 Cheryl Parkway. Parcel numbers 0609-114-2484-2, 0609-114-3532-2, parcel 0609-114-3543-2.
The 15th page or sheet.
Everybody find them? Please begin.
Number 1, met compliance. Number 2, met compliance. Number 3, met compliance. Number 4, met compliance. Number 5, met compliance. Number 6, met compliance. Number 7, met compliance. Number 8, a copy of the rent roll for the subject property as of December 31st, 2019, 2020, 2021. Did not meet compliance, provided 2020 and 2021 rent rolls. Did not provide a 2019 rent roll.
Number 8, a copy of the rent roll for the subject property as of December 31st, 2019, 2020, 2021. No document exists.
Again,
For 2019, no document exists.
Again, is that because of the change in computer systems?
Yes, and that is going to be the exact reason for every 2019 rent roll that doesn't exist.
Thank you. Please continue.
Number 9, met compliance. Number 10, met compliance. Number 11, met compliance. Number 12, met compliance. Number 13, met compliance. Number 14, met compliance. Number 15, met compliance. Number 16, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 16, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 23 calendar years. No document exists.
And just so we can be clear, no document exists for either 2022 or 2023?
Correct. They don't prepare operating budgets for future years.
All right, thank you.
Number 17, met compliance. Number 18, met compliance. Number 19, met compliance. Number 20, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form, not already provided to the assessor. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 20, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form not already provided to the assessor. No document exists.
Again, I'd ask for confirmation that no marketing information in the form of documents exists to support the opinion of value, including the capitalization rate determination.
I confirm.
Okay. Based on the data and information that was submitted, I defer to the assessor now as to whether or not they feel the subpoena has been successfully replied to and whether it's acceptable or not.
Yes, they've met substantial compliance.
Let the record note we accept the information as presented. And carry over to our docket. Next parcel under agenda item 4A, Primavista Llc, 5131 East Cheryl Parkway, parcel number 0609-114-3708-2. Anybody find it yet?
In here has 5131 as well as 5121 East Cheryl Parkway. Right, we only have 5131 on our agenda.
So the agenda is based off what was submitted on the objection form.
Okay.
If there's other parcels, the assessor has knowledge of that. I wouldn't have knowledge of that.
Okay, thank you.
At Primavista for 5131. Okay.
Okay, let the record note, we're looking at the subpoena reply for 5121 East Cheryl Parkway and 5131 East Cheryl Parkway. And if that's correct, we'll let the assessor begin.
Number 1, met compliance. Number 2, met compliance. Number 3, a copy of the real estate title insurance policy delivered to the lender as part of any mortgage on the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 3, a copy of the real estate title insurance policy delivered to the lender as part of any mortgage on the subject property. No document exists.
Number 4, met compliance. Number 5, met compliance. Number 6, met compliance. Number 7, met compliance. Number 8, a copy of the rent roll for the subject property as of December 31st, 2019, 2020, and 2021. Did not meet compliance, provided 2020 and 2021 rent roll. Did not provide 2019 rent roll.
Number 18, number 8, a copy of the rent roll for the subject property as of December 31st, 2019, 2020, 2021. The 2019 document does not exist.
Number 9, met compliance. Number 10, met compliance. Number 11, met compliance. Number 12, met compliance. Number 13, met compliance. Number 14, met compliance. Number 15, met compliance. Number 16, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 16, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 23 calendar years. No documents exist for 2022 or 2023.
Number 17 met compliance. Number 18 met compliance. Number 19 met compliance. Number 20, copies of any documents used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form, not already provided to the assessor. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 20, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form not already provided to the assessor. No document exists.
Again, Mr. Kohlenberg, if you could please confirm that there are no documents that you relied upon in calculating your cap rate or other items of the your income approach other than what has already been provided to the assessor.
I confirm.
Referring to the assessor, based on the information you received, do you find this subpoena to be fully in compliance and acceptable?
They've met substantial compliance.
Thank you. Let the record note we accept it for continuation on appeal. Next on the agenda, Raven Apartments, LLC, 5116 Lacey Road, parcel number 0609-114-4111-2.
It's the 8th sheet.
Do we do Osprey Apartments at the same time, since they're contiguous? Or are they separate subpoenas?
Those were separate subpoenas.
Okay, we'll do them separately then. So we're looking for Raven Apartments.
Okay. Number 1, met compliance. Number 2, met compliance. Number 3, met compliance. Number 4, met compliance. Number 5, met compliance. Number 6, met compliance. Number 7, met compliance. Number 8, met compliance. Number 9, met compliance. Number 10, met compliance. Number 11, copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that include the personal property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
I'd like to point out to the board that on the first page, it identifies the property as Mr. Scott Kelly Goldleaf Fitchburg LLC. That is incorrect. So just for the record, the address is correct, and I believe the tax is correct. It's just the wrong entity name. Are we on number 11?
Yes.
Number 11, copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for the accounting reporting purposes that include the personal property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021. No document exists.
Number 12, met compliance. Number 13, met compliance. Number 14, met compliance. Number 15, met compliance. Number 16, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years.
Number 16, a copy of, oh, I'm sorry, you weren't done.
Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 16, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 23 calendar years does not exist.
Number 17, met compliance. Number 18, met compliance. Number 19, met compliance. Number 20, copies of any documents used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form not already provided to the assessor. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 20, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form not already provided to the assessor. Document does not exist.
Again, Mr. Kohlerberg, if you could just confirm that no documents representative of market data that you might have relied upon in forming your opinion of value exist as of today.
Confirm.
Based on this information submitted with the subpoena, is this acceptable to the assessor as far as being in compliance?
They've met substantially met compliance.
As the record note, we'll accept it for further review and hearing. Osprey Apartments, LLC, 5118 Lacey Road, parcel number 0609-114-4282-2.
Number 1, met compliance. Number 2, met compliance. Number 3, met compliance. Number 4, met compliance. Number 5, met compliance. Number 6, met compliance. Number 7, met compliance. Number 8, met compliance. Number 9, met compliance. Number 10, met compliance. Number 11, copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that include the personal property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 11, copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedule used for accounting and reporting purposes that include the personal property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021. No document exists.
Number 12, met compliance. Number 13, met compliance. Number 14, met compliance. Number 15, met compliance. Number 16, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
What number was that?
16,
A copy of the operating budget proposed for each of 2022 and 2023 calendar years. Document does not exist.
Number 17, met compliance. Number 18, met compliance. Number 19, met compliance. Number 20, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form, not already provided to the assessor.
Did you want to finish? Number 20, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form not already provided to the assessor. None exists.
Once again, Mr. Kohlenberg, confirmation from you that no documents drawn from the market are in existence that you would have considered or reviewed or relied upon in expressing your opinion of value for the subject property.
I confirm.
Based on the review, does the assessor agree that the subpoena has been complied with?
It's not substantial compliance.
With the record note, we'll accept it for further hearing. Moving to the next page, under item 4 on the agenda. Under subhead A, FTC Retail East LLC, 2690 Research Park Drive, parcel number 2685 Research Park Drive, parcel number 0609-152-3092-2. Now, are these two parcels assessed together, or are they both separate parcels? Were two subpoenas issued?
There's east and west, it's two separate subpoenas.
Two separate? Okay, we'll do them separately then. So we'll do the first one, which is parcel number 0609-152-3054-2, 2690 Research Park Drive.
All right, number
Bear
one.
with us as we find it.
Okay.
Got it. Please begin. Everybody got them?
Number one, met compliance. Number two, met compliance. Number three, met compliance. Number four, met compliance. Number five, met compliance. Number six, a copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof in other documentation where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of the loan on the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number six, a copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof in any other documentation where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of the loan on the subject property. No document exists.
Number seven, met compliance. Number eight, a copy of the rent roll for the subject property as of December 31st, 2019, 2020, and 2021. Did not meet compliance, provided 2021 and 2020 rent roll, but did not provide a 2019 commercial or rent or the business rent roll or the apartment rent roll, which would have shown us as stabilized. So there was no 2019 rent roll.
Number eight, a copy of the rent roll for the subject property as of December 31st, 2019, 2020, 2021. 2019 document does not exist.
Number 9, met compliance. Number 10, met compliance. Number 11, met compliance. Number 12, met compliance. Number 13, copies of any and all construction draw schedules, AIA schedules pertaining to any bank loan for the construction remodeling of any and all improvements at the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 13, copies of any and all construction draw schedules, AIA schedules pertaining to any bank loan for the construction remodeling of any and all improvements at the subject property. None exists. Well, let me say this. I found this one odd, but if it does exist, my client doesn't have it. So to clarify, I'm sure that there's a good chance it exists. My client just doesn't have it.
Please continue.
Number 14, a copy of any document that shows the detailed breakdown of all construction remodeling soft costs incurred for the construction remodeling of the subject property, including but not limiting to architecture, engineering, survey testing, geotechnical, environmental, development fees, legal and accounting, leasing commissions, insurance, construction period interest, financing fees, and other soft costs. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 14, a copy of any document that shows the detailed breakdown of all construction remodeling soft costs incurred for the construction remodeling of the subject property, including but not limited to architecture, engineering, survey testing, geotechnical, environmental, development fees, legal and accounting, leasing commissions, insurance, construction period interest, financing fees, and other soft costs. And this document, again, it may exist, but my client doesn't have it. I'd like to point out that I believe that both FTC properties are substantially older than most of the other properties we're reviewing, And so this goes back many years, and they may have just tossed these documents years ago. So if it does exist, they don't have it.
Number 15, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 15, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years. No document exists.
Number 16, met compliance. Number 17, met compliance. Number 18, met compliance. Number 19, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form, not already provided to the assessor. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 19, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form, not already provided to the assessor. No document exists.
Again, I'd ask the witness for confirmation. I'm looking at the workup that was provided to the assessor in connection with the objection, and a cap rate of 7.5% is selected. Can you please confirm for the record that no documents, including market support, exist for the selection of a 7.5% cap rate in your income analysis?
I confirm.
Based on the review of the information that's been submitted and reviewed by the assessor, do you feel this information meets compliance and is acceptable?
We believe it substantially meets compliance.
The record note will accept this response under the subpoena as acceptable and continue this appeal put this appeal on our agenda. Next one, FTC Retail West LLC, 2685 Research Park Drive, parcel number 0609-152-3092-2. Everyone have it? First, just before the other one, please begin.
Okay, number 1, met compliance. Number 2, met compliance. Number 3, a copy of the real estate title insurance policy delivered to the lender as part of any mortgage on the subject property. Did not meet compliance, provided a one-page from the community title that says see attached, but no further information was provided.
Number 3, a copy of the real estate title insurance policy delivered to the lender as part of any mortgage on the subject property. So I asked my client about this 2 days ago, and their response was they did not see that notation, see attached. And I said, well, go back and look. And, you know, again, my flash drive isn't reading. It's showing me the name of the folder, but there's no documents in it. And I know I had sent, I think it was 3 or 4 documents from Avante, Mr. Kelly, to the assessor. I don't think this was one of them. So I believe let me put it this way, if the assessor didn't receive it this morning on that flash drive, I have to say it doesn't exist because she looked for it, and I believe she could not find it. So I'm going to go on the record as saying it does not exist.
I will ask the assessor, since she has the flash drive on her computer, is there any information provided there that complies with this request?
There are 3 FTC West documents. I'm trying to look at what each one is. I don't see anything relating to that? It looks like construction costs are the documents submitted.
When ready, please continue with number 4 then.
Okay. Number 4, met compliance. Number 5, met compliance. Number 6, a copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof and other documentation where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of the loan on the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 6, a copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof, if other documentation, if thereof in other documentation where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of the loan on the subject property, no document exists.
Number 7, met compliance. Number 8, a copy of the rent roll for the subject property as of December 31st, 2019, 2020, and 2021. Did not meet compliance, provided only the 2020 and the 2021 rent rolls.
Number 8, a copy of the rent roll for the subject property as of December 31st, 2019, 2020, and 21. 2019 does not exist.
Number 9, met compliance. Number 10, met compliance. Number 11, a copy of the excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that include the personal property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 11, copies of excerpts from the fixed asset depreciation schedules used for accounting reporting purposes that include the personal property assets located at the subject property for all the time periods that the subject property has been in existence through December 31st, 2021. No document exists.
Number 12, met compliance. Number 13, copies of any and all construction draw schedules, AIA schedules pertaining to any bank loan for the construction of any and all improvements at the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 13, copies of any and all construction draw loans, AIA schedules pertaining to any bank loan for the construction of any and all improvements at the subject property. Again, this is one of the older properties the client owns. If the document exists, my client does not have it.
Number 14, met compliance. Number 15, met compliance. Number 16, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 16, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years. No document exists for 2022 or 2023.
Number 17, met compliance. Number 18, met compliance. Number 19, met compliance. Number 20, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form, not already provided to the assessor. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 20, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form not already provided to the assessor. No document exists.
Again, Mr. Kohlenberg, if you could just confirm for the record that there are no documents drawn from the market that you relied upon in reaching your conclusion in terms of value via the income approach, and in particular, the capitalization rate selected.
I confirm.
Then we'll ask the question of the assessor. Do you feel that the information you've received under the subpoena complies with the requirements as you expected them to?
Yes, this, we believe, substantially met compliance.
Let the record know it. We'll accept this appeal then and add it to our agenda for further meetings. Next, under item 4A on our agenda, Turnberry Apartments LLC, 2611 Gallagher Drive, parcel number 0609-152-4264-2. Towards the end. Everybody got it? Please begin.
Okay. Number 1, met compliance. Number 2, met compliance. Number 3, met compliance. Number 4, met compliance. Number 5, met compliance. Number 6, a copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof in other documentation where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of the loan on the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 6, a copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof in any other documentation where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of the loan on the subject property. No document exists.
Number 7, met compliance. Number 8, a copy of the rent roll for the subject property as of December 31st, 2019, 2020, and 2021. Did not meet compliance, provided 2020 and 2021 rent rolls. Did not provide a 2019 rent roll.
Number 8, a copy of the rent roll for the subject property as of December 31st, 2019, 2020, 2021. 2019 does not exist.
Number 9, met compliance. Number 10, met compliance. Number 11, met compliance. Number 12, met compliance. Number 13, met compliance. Number 14, met compliance. Number 15, met compliance. Number 16, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 16, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years. No document exists.
Number 17, met compliance. Number 18, met compliance. Number 19, met compliance. Number 20, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form, not already provided to the assessor. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 20, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form, not already provided to the assessor. No document exists.
Mr. Kohlenberg, please confirm that there are no documents that you consulted relative to your income approach analysis for this property, including selection of an appropriate capitalization rate.
I confirm.
After reviewing the information that's been provided by the taxpayers' representative, I'll ask the assessor, do you feel that this is in substantial compliance with the subpoena?
Yes, I do.
Hearing that, we'll mark it as accepted, add it to our schedule for one of our next meetings. Last one under this grouping of 4A, Trolley Apartments, 5410 Noble Drive, parcel number 0609-152-6830-2. Everybody got it? Please begin.
Okay, number 1, met compliance. Number 2, met compliance. We did have a question on number 2, though. On that one, I'll read that one into record. Copies of any and all appraisal reports or other valuation documents prepared in connection with obtaining any loan or mortgage on the subject property or any other appraisal report delivered for any other purposes. They provided an appraisal with a stabilization date of 9/1 of 17, completion date of 6/1 of 17, and as dated 6/21 of 16. Has an appraisal been done since this appraisal, in particularly related to the 9/12/2022 mortgage?
Number 2, copies of any and all appraisal reports or other valuation documents prepared in connection with obtaining any loan or mortgage on the subject property or any other appraisal report delivered for any other purpose. So, my client told me that there is another appraisal. And I asked, can I have it? And they said they don't have it. And so this is a newly mortgaged property and I don't have the mortgage in front of me, but going with the date of September 12th, they have not received a copy of the appraisal. However, it is my understanding an appraisal exists. So I'm not questioning whether the appraisal exists, but I can state my client does not have it.
Have they asked for it?
So what happened was I work with a lead person at Avante. And when she saw this request, she went to the point person to obtain that document. And she asked, did you get this yet? And he said, no. And that was yesterday. So I think it's forthcoming. We just don't have it.
I would suggest for that item, members of the board, that we also defer and give them additional time to obtain a copy of the most recent appraisal from the bank. We can continue on with the rest of the list, but as long as we're talking about it, I thought I'd put the request in now. The appraisals have been very, very helpful to the assessor in the analysis of the assessments of the property. And so this would be a very current appraisal, and so there'd be very helpful information contained within it.
I understand. Let's complete the review of the subpoena response, and we'll come back as part of our discussion as to what we can do at the end.
Number 3, met compliance. Number 4, met compliance. Number 5, met compliance. Number 6, a copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof in other documentation where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of the loan on the subject property. Did not meet compliance, no information is provided.
Number 6, a copy of any loan-to-value analysis or the equivalent thereof in any other documents where the lender evaluated the risk or underwriting of the loan on the subject property. Document does not exist.
Number 7, met compliance. Number 8, a copy of the rent roll for the subject property as of December 31st, 2019, 2020, and 2021. Did not meet compliance, provided 2021 and 2020 rent roll, did not provide a 2019 rent roll.
Number 8, a copy of the rent roll for the subject property as of December 31st, 2019, 2020, 2021. 2019 does not exist.
Is that because of that software issue?
Yeah, they converted over and either they lost 2019 or it didn't convert.
So that's consistent with what you've said with other properties.
It looks like every one of their properties lost the 2019 rent roll.
Thank you, Gary, thank you.
Number 9, met compliance. Number 10, met compliance. Number 11, met compliance. Number 12, met compliance. Number 13, met compliance. Number 14, met compliance. Number 15, met compliance. Number 16, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years. Did not meet compliance, no information provided.
Number 16, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years. Document does not exist.
Number 17, met compliance. Number 18, met compliance. Number 19, met compliance. Number 20, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form, not already provided to the assessor. Did not meet compliance, no information was provided.
Number 20, copies of any document used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on your 2022 objection form, not already provided to the assessor. Document does not exist.
Again, Mr. Kohlenberg, please confirm for the record that there are no documents in existence that you relied upon in forming your opinion of value other than the documents that have already been provided to the assessor, including your determination of the appropriate capitalization rate.
I confirm.
Thank you. As we look at this particular subpoena, it's been brought to the board's attention that there is more current information available, but yet not able to be obtained, currently obtained. With that, I would open it up for discussion to the board as to what would be the best course of action in working with this particular situation.
I would highly take the advice of Attorney Amy to give the taxpayers representative time. Is the same time frame that we have for the other issues work for you?
So it's difficult for me to give you a good answer, and here's why. In the prior issues, you're asking me to go to my client and create a document, which we believe can be created, supposedly, through their software system. This one, you're asking me to go to my client to ask him to go to his bank to comply with your request. So I certainly will be going to my client this afternoon and letting them know you want the document. And I am confident the document exists, but I cannot give you a time frame on when the bank will comply with that request. And so it may have to go through their legal department. It may have other internal procedures that need to be met. So what I'd like to suggest is the following. I will absolutely go to my client today and say, get me the document. I cannot tell you when it will arrive. So it's difficult, but I hope to have it to you very quickly. I would say by next Friday is certainly, in my opinion, for a bank to give you a document in 8 days, that seems to make sense, one that already exists. So I'm going to push for that. I just can't speak for the ability of the bank to perform.
Go ahead, Rich, go ahead.
Is 4 weeks typical for a bank to come back with an appraisal? Next Friday would be, a week from tomorrow would be 4 weeks from the 12th. I find that pretty long. I would think that by Monday, that's 3 weeks. Or could we just go straight to the bank with permission saying, hey, send us a copy when you're done? Is that something that could be done?
You can certainly subpoena the bank. However,
Well, I didn't mean a subpoena, but I'm wondering if just with authorization, if the bank would be so kind as just to send a copy to our assessor.
I think the most expeditious way to get the document is for me to call my client. They may even have it. They didn't have it yesterday, but they may have it today, and they know that we made the inquiry. So I think the fastest way to get it to you is just by making the request. But I'll do whatever the board decides.
The mortgage loan closed on September 16th. And so it looks like, well, if I have the dates right, no, I'm sorry, September 12th. And so therefore, if I'm reading this correctly, the loan has already closed, which means the appraisal has been completed and submitted in advance of closing of the loan. So it probably is completed and just needs to be transferred from the bank to the property owner.
I'd like to stick with the time frame that we've set up here. I understand his, go ahead, Mike.
Until we get
Microphone, Mike.
access to the document, I think we have to have a reasonable time frame, and I realize what may be reasonable to us may not be to your client, but since they're the ones filing the appeal, I think they have to have some compliance in working with us. And so we've already established some guidelines for deferral. I think I'd like to use those same guidelines to make sure that we are able to continue and proceed with these operational proceedings in a timely fashion. So I would open up the discussion to, or actually open up for a motion to defer this appeal or subpoena review until we can hopefully have access, or the assessor can have access to a critical document which is not provided at this point because of the recent development of that document.
So moved.
Okay? We need to be clear on our time frame then. Time frame would then be again by the close of business on
October 5th.
October 5th. Is that acceptable?
Yes, sir.
I'll second, Rich seconded the motion, right?
Okay. With that then, we need a motion to table or defer this.
So moved.
Second by Paff.
Okay, so the motion is to defer this until our next meeting.
Correct. October 5th.
October
close of
5th.
business.
October 5th.
4:30 PM,
October.
physical copies.
Oh, you want a physical copy?
Or is that what we're doing, the same thing or no?
Well, we already stated that electronic is okay, and it can come, we didn't specify what time is the deadline for electronic, but as long as it was there on that day, electronic would be okay too, right?
I don't want
It
to.
was my understanding that for the prior documents, you wanted physical copies, and if I wanted to augment it with an electronic copy, that's fine.
That's correct.
So for this, do you need a physical copy or just electronic? And my guess is that this document will probably exceed 120 pages.
I don't know, it's up to.
Well, I'm
I
referring
end
to
When I read them, I print them out, so
electronic copy will be acceptable?
She'd prefer paper.
She said she prints it out.
either as long as I can get it, because I'm going to have to read, you know.
Let's give you this option. We prefer paper.
I'll give you paper.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the subpoena is being deferred till October 5th.
You just need a final vote on the motion.
Final vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. This, excuse me. The subpoena for property 5410 Noble Drive, parcel number 225, just City of Fitchburg, I'm not sure if that's on there, 0609152 6830-2 has been deferred.
Thank you.
I've been through a lot of meetings, Gary, at City Hall here. That's one of the longest agenda items I think I've sat through.
Okay.
Close. Oh, yeah.
Agenda item number 5, subpoena compliance review for Don Milius Bowman Farms. 2932 Fish Hatchery Road, parcel number 0609 031 8815-2. Missed a hyphen. I'm assuming that's buried somewhere in our packet.
Uh,
5A, agenda 5A,
Bowman Farms.
Bowman Farms.
So this is subpoena compliance for
No, this is the
Bowman Farms,
subpoena
and
for
they did
Bowman.
provide a packet to you, which I did distribute to each and every one of you.
It's a separate
I don't know if
packet.
Amy,
It's the one that has Reinhardt Durham on it, or
I don't know if Amy has the handouts coming around
For what?
for item 5A, which is subpoena compliance review for Don Millis Bowman Farms, 2932 Fish Hatchery Road, parcel 0609-031-8815-2.
No, I don't have any packets because this was delivered today. So we will literally need to go through and just verify based off the subpoena what has been provided and what has not.
Okay, hearing that. My recommendation would be we defer this. And I'm not sure how long, I'll ask the assessor how long it's going to take for her to review it, or her staff. Is this something we could have on our agenda shortly after a lunch break?
Sure.
So
It means you wouldn't be getting a lunch break, I'm sorry, but we have a representative here, and I don't want to keep him waiting forever for an answer.
I mean, he did
Waited
provide,
long enough.
he provided a summary to his answers. And I'm not sure if Tracy provided that to you or not.
I did, everything that you have, I submitted to the board as well.
Okay. So this is a little different than what we just had because they provide, this attorney has provided an actual summary to each of the requests, giving their answer if it's provided or not provided. So kind of like what I did where I had to go through and review and double check that everything was there. He has an actual answer as to what is provided.
Suggestion, Mr. Chair, maybe just give the assessor 10 minutes or so to look through it and go through things. Just, I know the poor gentleman's been sitting here all morning, but just give us 10 minutes to give her a chance and us to freshen up a little bit.
Absolutely.
Is that fair, Mr. Chair?
I guess that sounds reasonable, but I'm not sure if the assessor, if 10 minutes or 15 minutes is enough.
Yeah, he's got answers, so I can just double check that the data's here and what's not, and then we can ask those questions
Okay?
for anything that isn't here. So this should go relatively quickly for me.
It's 12:33. This board will be in recess until 12:45 to give the assessor opportunity to review the information that was presented this morning. Delay, but it's now 12:54, so our 10 minutes turned into a few more than that. But we want to make sure we have everything aligned so that we can review this property, this subpoena, and make sure that it's treated fairly. So I'm going to look to the assessor as she was asked to do a quick review to see if it's in compliance with the information we requested in the subpoena. So, Madam Assessor, after your review, would you like to go through each item in this one, or do you have a statement you'd like to make to the board?
No, I would like to go through each item because I have a few questions pertaining to certain documents.
Okay?
And I'm sorry if I'm not focusing, but
well,
I got the
if that's the
stipulated
case-
values for something else, so I just have one more to send to the printer.
Okay. While you're doing that, I'm going to ask the clerk to please swear in the representative that's here representing Bowman Farms.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
And please let the record note that the clerk has already sworn in the assessor and the assessor's staff this morning. So before us, we're looking at the subpoena compliance review for Bowman Farms, property located at 2932 Fish Hatchery Road, parcel number 0609-031-8815-2.
Okay, so,
And in front of us, we all have a packet that was provided by attorneys Reinhardt at Law, just so that the record notes that we are looking at a substantial packet of materials, with the top pages being the response to the subpoena.
all right, so as I look at the response to the subpoena and I reviewed the documents, I have a question pertaining to request number 1, copies of any and all loan documents or agreements executed or delivered in connection with the closing of any mortgage by and between a lender and the borrower, involving a loan hereinafter the loan and the mortgage hereinafter the mortgage on the subject property placed at any time after January 1 of 2017. And they said there are no documents responsive to this request. So I just want to verify that there's nothing pertaining to any loan documents.
That's correct.
Could you please make sure your microphone is on?
Hello?
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
In number two, they met compliance. They provided an appraisal from March 12th of 2020. Number 3, a copy of any document or communication pertaining to the potential sale or offering for sale of the subject property at any time within the last 5 years. Their response was the appraisal dated March 12, 2020, indicating a value of $1.6 million, pertains to an approach by the city to purchase the subject property for an amount that does not exceed $1.6 million. Have you had any other offerings for this property?
The property is not currently listed for sale. I'm not aware of any documents that evidence any offerings or listings for the property.
Okay, are you aware of, in venture capital, of communicating with Mr. Bowman pertaining to a future development project that's occurring on that, and they're negotiating sale prices for this?
I'm aware of talks. I'm not aware of any documents reflecting that.
Okay. So that's one item that, you know, I'm aware that they've been in communication of potential building sites. They've been providing documents to the city to work through potentially building. And so I was curious what that purchase price or their negotiation was, and how they were working through that. So that's one item that I have a concern with. Requests for number 4, a copy of the purchase documents where the subject property was sold for the sum of $1 in June of 2020, as stated on the 2022 objection form. The response was the reference to a 2020 sale was taken from the city assessor's property record card. This was a mistake, as Bowman has owned the parcel for decades. The assessor's property record card is in error. Our property record card isn't in error. That purchase, that document associated with that, was for right-of-way acquisition when they did Fish Hatchery Road. So that had that is on our documents and should be on our documents as part of that land changing size. We would like request number 5, a copy of the rent roll in effect as of January 1, 2020, and January 1, 2021, and January 1, 2022 for the subject property. It says Bowman is producing documents in response, and they have provided things. 2 sheets of paper, 2021 rent roll, and 2020, it looks like expenses and some 2021 expenses. Are those monthly expenses or annual expenses, I guess, because it doesn't itemize what these are?
Right, I presume they are annual. Can you tell me which one you're looking at? Is there a Bates number on it?
There's a 2021 rent roll.
Is there a number on the bottom right-hand corner of the page?
2022 Bowman 000126.
Okay.
And is that monthly rent, annual rent? It's a very simplistic document without.
It is, and part of that is because my client doesn't maintain a rent roll. So he had created this based on their request. So I guess we can look at some of these leases and see if they match up to monthly rents or annual rents.
All right. And it looks like there's, from what I could tell, it appeared to be 4 lease agreements, but it looks like there's more than that for tenants.
There are, and I think we indicated, I guess we're going to jump ahead to
So that would,
request number 6.
yeah, yep.
Some of these leases are rather old. One of the ones we produced, I think, is almost 30 years old. So we don't have possession of some of these older leases. So we basically just provided what we have, and those older leases would have been basically on a month-to-month lease at this point.
Okay. And they're all month to month, or is, I thought part of the,
My understanding of the older leases that we wouldn't have copies of would be month-to-month.
okay. And the laundromat is, well, I'll read through that. So that would be request number 6. Number 7, a copy of the operating budget proposed for each of the 2022 and 2023 calendar years as budget for the subject. It says that Bowman does not maintain an operating budget. Number 8, copies of internally prepared income statements and balance sheets for each of the calendar years 2019, 2020, 21 for the subject property that came directly from the books and financial records as maintained by the property owner. The response, as previously indicated, Bowman does not maintain books for accounting purposes. The best source of information responsive to this request are the rent rolls provided in response to number 5, but also expense documents included. Number 9, a copy of any management agreement in place as of December 31st, 2021 that pertains to the operational management of the subject. And it says that Bowman has no management agreement. Number 10, a copy of any documents that support your opinion of market value per your objection form. And the response was the enclosed appraisal. So the opinion of value, you're basing completely on the 2020 appraisal?
For purposes of the hearing, yes.
Okay. And then copies of any documents used or considered to determine your opinion of value as stated on 2022 objection form not already provided to the assessor. and that is, see the enclosed appraisal.
Correct.
Okay. So they've provided certain documents. My one concern is the one about, and I'm not an attorney, but pertaining to a copy of any document or communication pertaining to the potential sale or offering for sale of the subject property at any time within the last 5 years. So there's no documents, no communication pertaining to an offer to purchase that property or a sale to purchase that property, to offer it for sale or someone offering to purchase that property.
Is that a question?
Yes.
My understanding is the property is not listed for sale. My understanding that there has been talks. I am not aware, I haven't seen documents reflecting those talks or those communications.
Could you articulate a little bit why that's raising a concern for you?
Because we've had a couple other properties that Mr. Bowman has appealed and has stated the value was significantly lower than our assessment, and then they were sold right after that, and for significantly higher. So that is my concern, that, they're not doing full disclosure as to having an offer or, discussion as to having that property being for sale.
Was this a question for now, Mr. Chair, or is it a question for if and when we get to the actual conversation about whether it's assessed fairly or not, to know what is in the building? Is it rented? I mean, do you have current update of house tenants and stuff like that, or is that in the documents here?
It's in the documents,
Okay.
sir.
Okay.
Yeah, no, my concern is that it may not be full disclosure as to an offer on the table that may be at or above our purchase price, or our assessment, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So that's my concern.
And maybe I could provide some clarification here. Now, Attorney Lovell said that he has not seen any documents. Are you testifying that those documents don't exist, or you just haven't seen them?
I can't testify if whether or not they exist or not. I've only testified as to whether or not I've seen them.
Have you asked your client whether those documents exist?
We've asked, and we've been told that there have been talks. So talks to me means oral conversations, which there wouldn't be any record of.
No email communications?
An understanding of talks being specific to communicating verbally, I interpret that as being oral conversations, which there would be no documents for. I can't testify whether or not there are no documents or not. I just can testify that I've been told there are talks and been told that I haven't seen any documents myself.
Okay. Recognizing this is the 2022 assessment, January 1st is our assessment date. We're now talking about development opportunities after January 1st. I think we have to keep that into consideration.
Yeah,
We've
but
offered
what I'm cons-
other property representatives a time to check with their client. I think that might be an option here if you so desire, to have them go back and make sure that if there are documents that are pertinent to the valuation of this property, that they are represented so that the assessor has knowledge of them and can use them, and that the board can consider them, even though they're after the fact. It does certainly indicate as to what the intent would be if this property, as I look at the rent roll, it's provided it's pretty much vacant, over half vacant. It tells me that there's change in the wind. So I can see why the assessor's concerned, because it is in a stage of transition. So I would recommend that we offer you the same opportunity that we offered earlier, and that would be to secure a conversation with your client, find out if those documents can be presented, and give us firm confirmation, not just verbal, but firm, as to what's going on, so that we can proceed accordingly.
Understood?
Would that be acceptable?
Yes, I think so.
If that's the case, then I'll put that to the board, that we defer this until, as we have the others, the close of business, which is 4:30 on October 5th, for the representative of the taxpayer to confer with their client, find out whether or not that information is available in writing for us, so that we can then have it as part of our subpoena requirements, and we can make a determination of whether or not the subpoena has been complied with. I've made a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second, okay, okay.
Can I ask a question real quick too, as we're discussing?
Sure.
I just wanted to clarify. So it seems like, well, at what point does the statement or testimony of a representative become representation of the client? Because if the client ends up saying we're still in talks or something, and then, I mean, is that are they complying or not with the subpoena at that point? I'm not sure. Maybe we should clarify that, or maybe I'm misunderstanding what the role of the representative is.
Well, we have to look at the subpoena and what it asked for. And if what the subpoena is asking for isn't available, we have to remember that this person is testifying under oath, and that would then take precedent as to whether or not the subpoena has been complied with.
Well, yeah, and I'm just saying that if the person present is an attorney or a representative, and that person says, I asked the client and they didn't give me a definitive answer, are we to construe that as non-compliance with the subpoena or compliance with the subpoena? Because we're not getting a direct answer from the client at that point.
At this point, we're considering it non-compliance, but we're giving them the opportunity to correct that by talking with their client and coming back to us with this still being an open issue.
Okay.
So I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Please let the record note this subpoena will be deferred until our next meeting. I guess it would be the 7th, wouldn't it? So that we can then have an answer to the question that was raised as to whether or not there's another potential sale document available that should be considered.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Were there any other requests that you had, Amy?
No, that was the primary
Okay.
concern that I had.
Can I just ask for clarification on the subpoena requests that are coming back on the 7th for review? Should they also be prepared to have their hearing take place as well at that time? Or do you want hearings scheduled for another day on those particular items?
I thought they were, excuse me, I thought we were requesting that they bring the documents here by the 5th, and that we'd be meeting on the 7th. So,
To review to make sure that they have provided those documents or no documents exist, but then should they be
They should be on the
Prepared
schedule
to-
for hearing.
to hear? Okay, thank you.
I just want to thank the witness for his patience and being gracious this morning,
course.
early afternoon, so thank you.
And I'm sorry, could I have you state your name for the record, please?
Sure. Shawn, S-H-A-W-N.
Yeah, right.
Lovell, L-O-V-E-L-L.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moving back to our agenda, I'm going to recommend that we adjust the schedule slightly and that we move from item 6 to item 7. The reason for this is that we have the opportunity to remove several of the objections from our schedule. And we can do this with the parties that are here this afternoon, and it'll expedite the rest of our afternoon as far as the things that we'll be going through. So I made a motion to adjust or table item 6 and move on to item 7 on our agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Please let the record note, we've agreed to move on to item 7 on our agenda, stipulation of waiver request and possible here deliberate and determine the following objections. A, Artisan Village. B, Gulford Apartments. C, Belmar Apartments. D, Belmar Apartments. E, Belmar Apartments. F, Belmar Apartments. I believe the representative for that organization is here.
The Attorney Hatchell is representing all of these, and he is not here.
Not here. Okay,
Because we've agreed to do various items that we'd like to present to the board. This should take about 10 minutes to get through all of these.
okay.
So I'll read what we've basically done. I have a summary page.
Okay, and the attorney's not here because you've discussed this in advance and they've agreed.
Correct.
Okay,
So, so we have, these are all one-sided then? Okay. Which is first on your agenda? Well, I'll read this into record, basically to tell you what each parcel would occur. So we have attached or stipulation agreements for your review, and this went to Attorney Seibel and Attorney Hatchell. The documents will need to be signed by both parties and returned to me to present to the board a review tomorrow, September 29th, 2022. Attorney Hatchell will also need to provide a revised waiver form with the new stipulated values. The stipulations are for the following owners' parcels: Belmar Apartment Homes, LLC, Belmar Apartment Homes 3, LLC, Chalet Gardens Apartment Homes, LLC, and Nakoma Heights, LLC. So we have 4 properties that we have stipulated agreements that we would present, and I'll read those into record for you. And then the email continues, the following 2 owners' parcels are in current litigation and do not have stipulated agreements. We will agree to waive to circuit court so that they can be added to the existing court cases. The following owners' parcels are the AMC or Realty Income Corp. And Artisan Village. Then there is 1 additional parcel that Attorney Hatchell is representing, the Guilford Apartments, LLC. After reviewing the subpoena information, we believe the information supports our current assessment, so there is no stipulation agreement for parcel 0609-044-65001. Please let us know if you intend to proceed with your objection or intend to withdraw your objection on this property. And I'll give that email to you. And then I received an email back from Attorney Hatchell today, Thursday, September 29th, 2022 at 12:03 p.m. And it was sent to myself and Attorney Seibel and copied to Emily Jones. I talked with my client. We will withdraw the objection for Guilford Apartments, LLC, parcel ending in 6500-1. So the Guilford Apartments, he is withdrawing his objection on.
It's item B, 7B.
So that's just a summary. I can provide these emails to the chair for documentations. And then I can read into record the other items for the stipulated values. So the information that was provided was wonderful. It really helped us. The appraisals are awesome. So do you want to begin with item A?
Yes.
Just work through? Okay.
This is item 7A on our agenda, Artisan Village LLC, 2845 Oregon Road, Unit E, parcel number 0609-012-8605-2.
So on this one, we would ask the board, and we're in agreement to waive this parcel to circuit court. It's in the current litigation for circuit court from the 2021 assessment roll. So I have a waiver form here for the board if they would like to. It's your decision.
Is the value that's being appealed in 22 the same value as 21?
I don't remember.
It's slightly different.
In 2021, the property was just being leased up. It had just finished being completely built. It's a Section 42 housing, and so that is based on court cases with actual income and expense. But that's where we're still trying to decipher what is actual income and expense based on it was being leased up, and throughout this year, the same item. It was, filled up, I think, in June or something like that. So
Okay.
it was not stabilized for their actual income and expense.
Okay, for the board, the assessor prepared and provided to us a waiver request form, which would then allow this property appeal to bypass the board in its hearing and go directly to circuit court. The assessor has basically said to us that she agrees with this and has no objection to having it waived on from the board to the next level. Any discussion?
If Amy thinks that's what's best, I'm in agreement with her.
Okay.
So,
Then I'll make a motion that we accept this waiver as presented by the assessor.
Second.
Sign it and let it go on to the next level of appeal.
I'll second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries. Next would be
7B is the Guilford Apartments, 5576 Guilford Road, parcels 0609-044-6500-1. Based on the email from Attorney Hatchell, he has stated that they, as I read earlier, that they are withdrawing that objection.
Do we have an withdrawal form?
I don't believe they have to fill out a withdrawal form.
No, we've never had them fill out a withdrawal form. We just have it on record. And they did email, and I did get copied on that, or
Okay.
forwarded that information, so I do have that.
So we do have a record in writing indicating that they're withdrawing via email.
Yes, and that was one of the first documents I gave to you. It came in today.
Okay? So noted. Appeal was dismissed.
And then, the next on the agenda is the Belmar Apartment Homes LLC. Here, you can just give them, we're going to hand you all those copies right away. I have them electronic, so I'll just look at it on my computer. I should have meant printed two. I apologize. So Belmar Apartment Homes. And there's a Belmar Apartment Homes and a Belmar Apartment Homes 3. Okay, so the Belmar Apartment Homes LLC. The Property addresses: 2113 Red Arrow Trail, it's 102 apartments. 4536 Thurston Lane, 8 apartments. 4526 Thurston Lane is 12 apartments. We are agreeing to a stipulation regarding adjustment to the Belmar Apartment Homes LLC property assessments for the 2022 tax year. This is the first time I'm doing this so I apologize. So it is stipulated by and between the City of Fitchburg, the city, and Belmar Apartment Homes LLC, referred to as Belmar, as follows. Belmar is the owner of certain property, so the addresses and parcel numbers are 2113 Red Arrow Trail, parcel 0609-052-22593, address 4536 Thurston Lane, the 8 apartments, 0609-052-23538, and 4526 Thurston Lane, 12 apartments, 0609-052-23645. Number 2, the notice on the assessment for 2022. Land was $1,530,000. Improvements, $6,760,400 for the total of the original assessment of $8,290,400. And then we have it broken out per parcel. So the parcel at 4536 Thurston Lane, land was $120,000. Improvements, $535,700 for a total of $655,700. The notice for the 4526 Thurston Lane was $180,000. Improvements, $818,800, and a total on that parcel for $998,800. They filed a written objection for board review. They provided wonderful information pertaining to this parcel. And based on that information, we are asking the board to revise the 2022 assessment on these 3 parcels. So page 3, it says 2113 Red Arrow Trail, land 1530000 for improvements of $6,094,900 for a total on that parcel of $7,624,900. 4536 Thurston Lane, $120,000. Improvements, $478,000 for a total of $598,000. 4526 Thurston Lane, the land, $180,000. Improvements, $717,100 for a total of $897,100. It then goes on to talk about that we have the hearing today scheduled, and we are requesting the board make the adjustments to these 3 parcels based off of a very recent appraisal. Let's see. Upon such acceptance by the board, Belmar shall be delivered a copy of said board approval of the stipulation as evidenced by the signature of the Board of Review Chairman. The board shall deliver Belmar signed copies signifying the board approval of Belmar request for waivers of valuation hearings relative to the Belmar parcels. Belmar shall have then 60 days following the receipt of the approved hearing waivers to commence its action in circuit court to appeal Belmar revised 2022 assessments. So basically, we're agreeing to alter these values, but it still allows them their appeal rights if they so choose to go further. So as part of this, both Attorney Hatchell and Attorney Seibel have signed this. We would need the board chair to sign this if the board so agrees to the stipulated change of assessment. And then as part of that stipulation, it also would require the chair to sign the waiver to that new stipulated value. And the waivers have been, it's not the original waiver you received, it's a new revised waiver with this new stipulated value on that waiver. And it's actually a waiver for each individual parcel.
And based on the documents and evidence you received under subpoena and the further discussions with the property owner, that's how you arrived at these adjusted values.
Correct. We reviewed, on many of these, they had very recent appraisals, 2021, 2022 values, very ssimilar to our assessments, but there was additional information that shed light on the value. And as such, we're basically agreeing to the appraisal for those properties.
And this is coming to the board because the assessment roll is signed and you can no longer make changes. So it has to go through the board to reflect the difference in opinion of value that you now have relative to the value as of January 1st.
Correct. Once I sign the affidavit, I can no longer make a change to the assessment roll. The only ones that can make that change would be the board. And so we're coming before you, asking you based on this additional information. That's why we ask for the subpoena information. It provides additional information. The majority of the parcels that have come before the board this year had not given us information before open book. So much of the information was provided either during, after, or during board review to us to provide additional information to set the values.
Okay. Questions from the board for the assessor? Hearing none, then I'd ascertain a motion to accept the request of the assessor to adjust the assessments of the parcels as identified and to sign the waiver to push the other appeals that are continuing on into the next level of review, which would be on piggybacking on the appeals that are already in court.
I second.
Motion and second has been made. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Let the record note that the motion is passed. I thought I had that turned off. Sorry. And we will sign the documents and give them to the city clerk.
I do want to say we mentioned 7C. These are not listed by owners, it looks like. So it's actually item 7C, 7E, and 7F. C, E, and F, not D. D is Belmar 3 homes.
I have the original documents in front of me that will then be signed and given to the clerk for continued processing.
Then it looks like on, do you want me to go on?
Yes.
Okay. 7D then is the Belmar Apartment Homes 3 LLC. So this pertains to the tax year 2022. Property addresses are 4546 Thurston Lane and 4542 Thurston Lane. Belmar 3, this building overlaps 2 parcels, so it's one economic unit. So 4546 Thurston Lane is parcel 0609-052-23314, and 4542 Thurston Lane is parcel 0609-052-23421. Parcel 0609-052-23421 is assessed with parcel 0609-052-23314. So all the value is on 052-23314. So the original assessment that's listed on the roll is the land of $240,000, improvements $1,047,000, for a total of $1,287,000. Basically, based on all of the additional information provided, we are asking the board to revise that assessment. For the land would stay the same at $240,000, improvements $960,000, for a total of $1.2 million. We're also attached a waiver giving them, retaining their rights to appeal to circuit court, but by doing the waiver and stipulating to the new value, it would go to 60 days instead of the 90 days. And we'd ask that the board deliver a copy of the stipulation if they so agree to vote on that, to the stipulated value. And it would need to be signed by the board or review chairman. This has been signed already by Attorney Hatchell and Attorney Seibel.
Question is, why did the improvements go down nearly 25%?
So when we do this, typically we keep the land value the same.
Correct.
So that we maintain that uniformity. And most apartments are valued on an income approach. So we take that total assessed value, we subtract the land out, and that gives us the residual improvement value. So that's just how we chose to allocate the two portions.
You had it originally, didn't you have what was the improvements? Did you say they were 1.2 and you readjusted them to 900,000?
The original improvements were $1,047,000.
Okay.
And they went to $960,000.
Okay, that's my question. Just turn it, just different valuation, or what happened there with that?
Yep. In this particular one, we received the appraisal for the Belmar Homes Apartments.
Yeah.
And that had really, really good information in it per unit. These, they kind of consider these are all in the same area. You wouldn't know the difference between it.
Okay.
So we settled on the value based off of that first appraisal on a per unit basis. And that's how we derived that value actually in this case.
So it was an 8-unit to an 8-unit?
Mm-hmm. Well, this is a 16-unit building.
60, okay.
And if I recall let me pull that one up so I don't speak out of line. So I try to put them in. So in the Belmar apartment homes, there is an 8-unit and a 12-unit there. And so we looked at how those values were allocated. And then in this one, it is one building that overlaps. It's a 16-unit that overlaps. So we consider those values very similar. We actually increased this just a little bit over those other values. We rounded up to accommodate for that larger size,
Got it. Okay.
if that makes sense.
It does, yep.
And again, this is because of new information that you received after you'd already signed the assessment roll, making sure that the property owner, in response to the subpoena, gave us information that was helpful in determining what you feel is the correct value for the property as of January 1st.
Correct. Originally, I think like I stated previously, the majority of these did not provide income and expense. They did not provide any appraisals, nothing before open book. And so through this subpoena information, we have additional information that sheds light on that value, just like the statute says. This is really, the subpoena information is very important to provide to us. It'd be nice if we got it without the subpoena when we asked for it in December, but we didn't. So your subpoenas have, and they're fulfilling those subpoenas, have shed light on these values.
Okay, so this is very similar to the one we just approved, in that it's based on new evidence that was provided based on the subpoena request. The assessor has adjusted the value and talked to the property owner through their attorney, and with her attorney present, and agreed to a adjusted value for the property as of January 1st of 22, excuse me. So hearing that and the assessor's agreement with the value, I would make a motion that we accept the revised value as presented. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Please let the record note that the motion passes unanimously.
All right, so 7G is Chalet Gardens. This is just like the other one. So Chalet Gardens LLC, property address 2302-2350 Chalet Gardens Road. It's 99 apartments, 13 buildings located on this parcel. The parcel number is 0609-052-87201. The assessment as it appears on the roll is a land of 1485000, improvements 7553400, for a total of 9038400. Based on the additional information that was provided on this document, we are asking the board to revise the assessment to land value 1485000, so that's remaining the same, and the improvements would be revised to 6035000 for a total of 7520000. Again, we would ask that the board approve the stipulated value, the revised value, and again, also sign the waiver, agreeing that if they so choose to waive it to circuit court, they can go beyond to circuit court. This has been signed both by Attorney Seibel and Attorney Hatchell. And so you have the form before you, also with the request for a waiver, and the waiver has the revised assessment on that waiver form.
This is pretty much the same thing as we just did with the other two parcels.
Correct.
So again, I'd make a motion to adjust the assessment of this parcel based on the new information that's been received by the assessor as a result of getting the data from our subpoena, so that they can have what they feel is a reflective value as of January 1st of 22. So I make a motion that we adjust according to the evidence presented by the assessor. Is there a second?
I will second the motion.
We have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Again, please let the record note the motion passed unanimously.
Okay, so next on the agenda would be 7H and 7I. This is both in the stipulation. Many of these, the property owners, even though they're separate parcels, they consider that in their eyes, it's all one financial document. So we are asking the board, so on this, it is the property, it's Nakoma Heights LLC. Property address is 2303 Chalet Gardens Road. It's a 96 apartments. And 4901 Chalet Gardens Road, 48 apartments. We're asking the board to do a stipulated value change. The address at 2303 Chalet Gardens Road, the 96 apartments, is parcel 0609-052-89003. And 4901 Chalet Gardens Road, 48 apartments, is parcel 0609-052-89209. The original assessment for the 2303 Chalet Gardens Road Land, 1440000. Improvements, 5484500, for a total of 6924500. The parcel for 4901 Chalet Gardens Road, their assessment, original assessment was land, 720,000. Improvements, 2774000, for a total of 3494000. We're asking the board to revise these two properties' assessments. The property at 2303 Chalet Gardens Road, land would remain the same at 1440000. Improvements, 5206700, for a total of 6646700. And then 4901 Chalet Gardens Road, land would remain the same at 720,000. Improvements, 2603300, for a total of 3323300. Again, we are asking the board to do a stipulation to the revised assessments and also to sign the waiver to retain their rights if they so choose to pursue to circuit court. This has been signed by both Attorney Seibel and Attorney Hatchell, and would need to be, both the stipulated document would need to be signed by the board chair and also the waiver form. So that's what, for both parcels. And both parcels have the revised assessment on the waiver form.
So just as we've done 3 times before, this would be the same situation. Based on the subpoena, the information you received indicated that you now had better information to develop the assessed value. So based on that information, you're recommending an adjustment that's been reviewed both by you and the property owner's representative, and you've stipulated to the fact that you feel this is a fair and equitable value.
Yes, we do.
Hearing that, I would make a motion that we accept the representation as presented by the city and adjust the value to the amount read into the record, recognizing it was based on new information obtained after the subpoena had been complied with. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Do I have a second? Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Let the record note, motion carried unanimously. And I just want to make sure, item J, Realty Income Corporation, that was a waiver to circuit court?
Yes, that we are agreeing to waive that directly to circuit court. It's in current court litigation right now. Attorney Hatchell is the legal representative. Paul is here from, as the agent for AMC. And we are agreeing, both parties are agreeing that to continue and add it to the 2021 appeal.
Question, why? Just curious on your end, why?
Why waive it?
Yeah.
Well, we are in the middle of current litigation, so it's kind of we're already in a certain state at that timeline, I guess. So the property owner has already had their experts provide documentation. We are right in the process of completing our documentation for an expert appraisal. And that, so we believe our value is appropriate, and they believe their value is appropriate, so.
Thank you.
So it's a matter of waiving it to circuit court. It's a continuation, and it's a typical routine thing to do. So I would move that we stipulate to have Realty Income Corporation at 6091 McKee Road, parcel number 0609 071 1005-8, waived circuit court by approving the document that's been provided by the assessor.
I'll second the motion.
Discussion? The vote, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Let the record note that on that unanimous approval. Does that take care of all items then, Madam Assessor, in item 7 of our agenda today?
Correct, that's all of items 7 and all of Attorney Hatchell's filings that he has.
So now you give me writer's cramp. Thank you.
So I have an original waiver request that Paul from Reality Income had submitted with his paperwork.
There should be a revised one of what we
So
gave.
this does not need to be filled out, denied.
And that would, Attorney Seibel can reference, but I believe the revised, with that stipulated agreement, within the stipulation, it states the new waiver based on this new value. So that's why we asked Attorney Hatchell to include a new waiver form with each stipulated value to explain the new one. So I don't know if they need to vote on that the old
No, they're
waiver
just-
is no good, or if this document, by signing the stipulation, I would believe that the stipulation says that it's no longer in effect.
It is. The original waivers are superseded by the revised ones with the new revised assessments, and so those can be discarded. And that's pursuant to, that's one of the items discussed in the subpoena for which Attorney Hatchell has signed off.
Thank you both.
It's now 1:52. I've got some signing to do, so I'm going to take a brief recess till 2 o'clock so that we can get these documents taken care of, make sure that everything's done so they can be presented and sent out as necessary. So this meeting is now adjourned until 2 o'clock.
I don't say adjourn, but
We're back in session. Excuse me, banana tasted good, but it came back. Back to life, I guess. Mr. Kohlenberg, you had some information you'd like to share with us about information we requested earlier this morning.
Yes, sir. Members of the board, I reached out to both of my clients. I spoke with the assistant that works with Mr. Kelly, and I explained that the missing appraisal was requested at the Board of Review, and she acknowledged that she didn't have it. However, following my phone call, 10 minutes later, she emailed me the appraisal. So I now have it in electronic format. I will be reviewing it and then submitting it to the board very soon in paper format. So we've got one of the 3 requests. The other 2 requests are from the Addison and the Seminole, where you're looking for financial statements. And I had an extensive conversation with my client, and we are going to continue to discuss that request. So I don't have an update other than I did reach out, I made contact, he knows what you need, and I will do everything I can to produce those requested documents.
Thank you for your immediate attention to that. Earlier, we tabled agenda item 6, and we are now at a point where we can come back to it. We need to get it off the table. I have a motion to bring it back to the board.
I move that we address agenda item 6.
We have a motion and a second. Okay. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And the board, thank you for your patience this morning and going through this. We have to make sure that we're following proper procedure. And we are now moving on to hear, deliberate, and determine possible consideration of request for waiver on the following objections. Green Tech Land Company, LLC. 5126 Lacey Road, parcel number 0609-114-4304-2. Here representing the property owner is, again, excuse me, the property owner's representative, Gary Kohlenberg. Mr. Kohlenberg, this is a new hearing, so we're going to ask you to be sworn in, as well as the assessor and any staff presenting testimony.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Assessors, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Amy Mercer, City Assessor.
I do. Craig Olson, Deputy City Assessor.
Thank you.
So we are looking at this appeal. It's an improved property. Assessed value currently stands at $915,000. Opinion of value submitted by the taxpayer's representative on the objection form, $508,500. And I'm not sure what this parcel is. I'm going to ask the property owner's representative or the taxpayer, or assessor, excuse me, to either one of them to give me a little understanding of what we're looking at here. What kind of property is this? What are we talking about? I'll defer to the assessor. You've got the record card?
Yep.
Okay, what are we talking about here?
This is a vacant lot on Lacey Road, next to the other apartment buildings.
Next to which one?
Next to like the Offspray and the Raven, across from Phoenix on Lacey, where Lacey goes south and then it curves and comes back in. So after the roundabout,
So it's in the uptown neighborhood.
yes, in the uptown, just north of Hartung, the Hartung property.
So is this where the new Limerick apartments are being built?
Right behind that.
Right
So
behind it?
Limerick's at the top on the left-hand side of the roundabout. And if you were to head north at the roundabout, right at the bottom of the hill is where this vacant lot is.
Okay. And the request right now is to waive this to the next level?
No, sir. I'd like to have this case heard.
You'd like to have it be heard?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, I think we're both ready. The next three are all cases we're going to hear.
Okay, well, I do have the waiver form here, and if we're all in agreement, I'll mark that the board's determination is to deny and to continue the appeal in person. Members of the board, any discussion?
I'll second your motion.
Okay. Waiver's been denied. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Let the record note that the motion has been denied. The form has been marked and signed by the chairman, and we'll continue with evidence being presented to the value of this property.
Quick process question. Mr. Chair, if decision is made by us, the taxpayer's representative doesn't agree, they can still go on to the next level, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Multi-levels if they so desire. Mr. Kohlenberg, would you state your name for the record, and I know you've already been sworn in, and start presenting your testimony?
Yes, sir. My name is Gary Kohlenberg, 345 River Bluff Circle, Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. And with permission of the board, may I approach the board to hand out documents supporting my case?
Please do. Let the record note that I have Taxpayers Exhibit 1 in front of me. It's a multi-page exhibit, and I will mark it Exhibit 1 and letter the pages accordingly to the number of pages that are here. And please remember, sir, that it's sworn oral testimony to the board, So if there's documents in here that you want as part of the record, official record, please make sure that you get them into the record for yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I am including the following documents in the record, and it's unclear how you'd like these to be presented, as a group or each one individually.
Whatever you want in the record, read it in. So if it's individually, I'm marking them Taxpayers Exhibit 1, A, B, C, D, E. So if you want, say, page C, which is the summary of municipal name and address and assessed value, please read it in the record.
Okay. This exhibit includes a cover sheet, which was prepared by me explaining my opinion of value. The second one is the layout, the platting from the client that shows lots available and lots sold. And then we have parcel ending 4070. It's a 2-page document. And that's the record from Access Dane. The next document is a 2-page document. It's identified ending 4060-2, and that is the information from Access Dane. And the third document ends 4050-2, 2-page document. It's from Access Dane. Okay. My name is Gary Kohlenberg. I represent the subject property at 5126 Lacey Lane, tax ID 225-0609-114-4304-2. I already gave my credentials at the last hearing. I won't repeat them. The parcel is 1.525 acres, and it is assessed at $915,000 or $600,000 an acre. My client brought to my attention that the property assessment seemed excessive because they had a recent sale in an arm's length transaction of a very similar property, very close. And I think I originally stated that it was, in my document, that it was adjacent. It is not adjacent. There's I want to say a wetland between the two. However, it's all very, very close. So this recent sale included 3 parcels in a single sale transaction. So the first parcel ends 4050-2, the second parcel ends 4060-2, and the third parcel ends 4070-2. And the sizes are 1.238 acres, 1.484 acres, and 0.127 acres. And let's see here. In combination, those 3 parcels total 2.849 acres. So here's why this is such an important document for the board to consider. It is very close, almost adjacent. the closing date was 7 months before the effective date of the assessed value. The effective date is January 1st, 2022. This closed on June 2nd, 2021. It was an arm's length transaction. So I'd like to elaborate on that. I had reached out to my client and I said, what made it an arm's length transaction? They said that it was marketed by their in-house broker on a popular website. Just a moment. Called, doesn't print the name of the website. I have the link, I don't have the name of the website, but this is where they market all of their commercial land for sale. It's similar to LoopNet. It's a website used for listing commercial real estate. The seller was not under duress. The buyer did not receive any particularly favorable terms in any way. It was an arm's length transaction in all regards. It sold for $950,000. So when you take the sale price and you divide it by the total acreage, it comes out to $333,450. One thing I'd like to point out, in full disclosure, you see that outlot, it's the third parcel ending 702. That's essentially valued at nothing. It's a tiny sliver, and really the meat of this sale are the first two parcels. So when you divide the $950,000 by the 2.849 acres, you come out with $333,450. So why am I using only one comp? The reason is because the manual says to. The manual says that one great comp is better than three so-so comps. Again, this is practically adjacent to the subject property. It was a recent sale, similar in so many regards, vacant land. So I did a little bit more research in preparation. And unfortunately, I did not have a chance to talk to my client about the comp sale. And I thought, what is going on here? Because of the three tax IDs on this comp, the one ending 502 and 602 are assessed per square acre substantially different. So I thought, well, maybe there's a wetland here. So I went on to it's the Department of Natural Resources wetland site. I tried finding it on Access Dane. I just could not get a good, clean picture, but on the DNR website, I saw it, and it looks like there's a tiny amount of wetland on one of the two parcels. Very small, very insignificant, and it essentially falls within the setback. So, that being said, my opinion is that this subject property should be assessed at $333,450 per acre. So I'd like you to go to the second page, which shows the platting. It looks like this. So the subject property is lot 17. No, take it back. I think it's lot 18. The subject property is lot 18. And the parcels that were sold, those three parcels, are lot 19. So you can see that there's this open space between the two, but it's as close as it gets. So the supporting documentation that I gave you includes the 3 parcels that were sold, and you can see that one of them, the little guy, at 0.127 acres, that's assessed at only $600. But it's the other 2. One is assessed at $1.5 million, and one is assessed at $405,000. And that's why I did a little bit more digging. Why is the assessor doing that? I thought it was wetlands. I just can't determine why they did that. So I'm going to say that if there are wetlands, and it's still not clear, if there are wetlands, it's nominal at best. I'd also like to point out that I had submitted documentation to the assessor during open book on this property. I believe it was the day after I met, and I never heard back on this property. So, in my opinion, the calculation of the subject property should be $333,450 per acre, which is the per acre sale price of the property very close by, times 1.5 acres, totals $508,511. And I don't have the objection in front of me, but does the objection read $508,500 for opinion of value?
508,500.
Yes. So that is my opinion of value. If the board needs additional supporting documentation, these are long documents, and I just didn't want to print out hundreds of pages. One is the commercial offer to purchase, which shows that they purchased the property adjacent for $950,000, and the closing statement showing the $950,000 sale price. If the board would like those, I'd be happy to submit them. I'm open for any questions.
Did you check the zoning between the 2 lots?
I did, and it was last night, and I'm trying to remember, but I'm certain they were both the same, and I believe they were both G2.
So that was my question. So the zoning, the same uses could be used on those properties?
That is what I saw, and I think the zoning is actually on these documents. Hold on a second. Zoning is not on these documents, but it was
So
my...
value classification on 0702 is G2. On 602 is G2. And then on 502 is G2, Gary. So they're all the same.
Yeah. So those are for the 3 adjacent parcels that were sold in a single sale. And when I checked Access Dane, it showed the subject property also as a G2.
Great. Give me the rationale of that little sliver property you were talking about. Go ahead and talk about that a little bit more.
Sure. So if you...
That's which one? Is it 602? Yeah, no, it's 702. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So if you look at this document and you look at lot 19, that sliver is... It pretty much goes between the T and the 4, and it's about as wide as a pencil line. It's just a sliver of land that's in there. I don't know.
It does have access to Lacey Road, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why it was done that way, but it is its own separate tax key, and the assessor assessed it at $600. I don't know if it's... I don't know. Maybe it was a spite strip or something. Who knows what it is? But really, to look at it, you got to look at all 3 parcels together that make up lot 19.
There've been another number from your map. It's obvious there've been another group of sales right around the same area. Did you investigate those sales?
I did not, because it was my understanding that this was the most recent sale. So my client pointed out to me, he said that he views the subject property, Lot 18, as a remnant. So I am transmitting to you what my client told me, and I thought, I don't know, 1.52 acres sounds like more than a remnant, but that's how he viewed it. And then when I looked at the size of these other parcels that are being sold, I can understand why he would view it that way. Is it a remnant? It's an acre and a half. I think it's more than a remnant, but that's his position. It's one of the smaller parcels he's selling.
And remnant was his words, and you're just repeating what your client said.
That is correct.
Okay.
Anything else you'd like to present to the board?
No, sir.
Okay, in that case, we'll then ask the assessor to present the rationale as to the basis of her assessment of $915,000 for the property. Let the record note the assessor's passing out a handout on multiple pages. So this will be marked Assessor's Exhibit 1 with the corresponding pages marked alphabetically A, B, C, D till the end.
All right. Thank you. I've distributed written information, summarizing the basis for completing the 2022 assessment of the subject property. I will briefly summarize the written documents with oral testimony. On the first page, Section 1 is a summary of my qualifications to complete the assessment. I'm Amy Mercer. I'm the city assessor for Fitchburg. I have an Assessor 2 certification. I've worked in this industry for over 22 years at City of Madison, City of Janesville. I worked in the Equalization Bureau as a property assessment specialist, and I've been here since 2016. I have my degree in landscape architecture, and I serve on various state advisory committees, and I'm a WAO executive on the executive board. Sections 2 states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value of a property as of January 1 of 2022. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 70.32 outlines that properties shall be valued in accord with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and at the full value which could ordinarily be obtained, therefore a private sale, when such sales conform to the definition of a recent arm's length sale. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy if it is used in determining market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation assessment role, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. Now, on the next page, you're going to find a location map illustrating the subject property's location. Now, you're going to see on this map, it looks a little different than what Mr. Kohlenberg. So if you look at the two, these parcels have been reconfigured since the diagram that he gave you. So as you can see, it is, the subject property is on Lacey Road. As we talked about earlier, it would be on the west side of Lacey Road as it were going towards East Cheryl Parkway. And then the next page is the property record card.
I'd just like to, sorry to interrupt, but that's a key point here. So you're saying this exhibit that was presented by the property owner's representative for Lot 18 has physically changed
Correct.
since the time this map was prepared that he submitted and the map that you're submitting as the current boundaries of that property?
Correct. The
Okay.
legal description, the property boundaries, the map he has would have actually been a smaller lot. And the lot line was actually shifted, I guess it would be north, adding to what his would have been, and actually making the other lots next to it smaller than what you would have seen on his map.
So his acreage that he is working from is 1.525. What are you working from?
I believe the acres would be the same, it's just the map does not portray what's actually there per parcel boundaries,
Okay.
okay? So the next page is your property record card. And again, this is parcel 0609-114-43042, 5126 Lacey Road. The legal description is a 6th addition to 9 Springs, Lot 64, and including some access easements. So these are not zoned G2. G2 on the Dane County's website, that's a classification. So G2 is for commercial property. Okay, so it's often referred to as Class 2, and that's what that G2 means. This is actually in Smart Code, Commercial Smart Code, and Deanna said it was actually the T5. So Smart Code has specific categories as to what can be built on each parcel. And this one falls in the T5 category. It is vacant land, and we have the acreage as 1.525 acres, and the assessment at $915,000. The backside of the record card would have any building permits or sale history. So again, there's no permits on this site and no recent sales. It has a few property notes listed. There was a split review, so what that means is that's when parcels are reconfigured. And that note was, would have been as of 2/8 of 2021. So parcels 0609-114-41402, split 2, 0609-114-42392, 43042, and 435-2, 0609-114-4151-2, split 2, 0609-114-43042. And it was, in the following note says it was not tilled during 2020.
Quick question on that point, Amy. On the 42621, your notes, notice of agricultural conversion charge. So that means it's no longer getting use value assessment, or what does that mean?
Correct. So, so when we send a conversion fee letter, so a lot of times developers will purchase a large, and then they'll develop that, put the streets in, but they will continue to till that land.
Right.
So they get ag use value.
Like a REIT or something does that, yeah.
Yep, a lot will do that. And so ag use is valued significantly
Correct.
lower than actual market value. So sometimes they'll put the streets in, sometimes they don't. Sometimes, so if it's platted and the streets aren't in, it has no sewer, no water, we will, but it's not used for ag, will value it as commercial, but will apply a bare land discount, which is usually about 45% to what the market of a developed lot would be.
So is this your call to trigger the change from ag use to different?
Yeah,
So your department's call to send,
yes,
she's-
we are
she's following-
required to,
following this
I understand that, I'm just saying if it falls, doesn't have to go through the city council or anything like that.
nope, the assessor's office is required each year to view all agricultural properties to verify that they still qualify for agricultural use.
And what triggered this again? If you could just tell me why that changed? Was it just didn't get plowed or it didn't get planted? Or?
Yep, if it doesn't get planted, then it doesn't qualify. So,
Okay. Thank you.
you know, a lot of times somebody will have it in ag and then they decide to start building on it.
Right.
So that's going to trigger, and the person who gets the ag use conversion fee is the person who changes that.
Okay.
It's based on the prior year's actual use.
Correct.
So if it's not used in agricultural the prior year, it's the assessor's responsibility to move it out of ag into a proper classification in the assessment rule.
Thank you,
Yeah,
guys. Thank
and
you
then
for
they get a
explaining
fee for that.
Thank you.
So,
I have did you say that was a T5, T4 for Transect Zone?
Deanna from planning told me it was a T5. This particular parcel is
Because that's a
T5.
mixed-use urban area.
And that's what she told me this one
Okay.
could be used for. So I'll continue and tell you what
Okay.
if I can. All right, so, so again on that, it has the land size, it's one land record. It's valued on acres. This one is particularly, and 1.525. So our commercial smart zone, we have a neighborhood that I put everything in for commercial smart code. And that value is at 600,000 an acre. So that's exactly where the value is on this parcel. And that's based off of sales, and I'll get to that. So the record card is pretty simple because we don't have any buildings on it. Then the next page is that valuation detail. So basically, it's just saying this is valued on an acre basis, 1.525 acres at 600,000 per acre. And that's how we derive that 915,000. Now, I did look at that because if you look at then at the next page is a map. We only put the land assessment, so I wanted you to see how the land was all valued and that it's valued very similar. So the subject property is 1.525 acres, and that land assessment is 915,000. The parcel directly north of it, ending in 42932, that has apartments that were just being built. I think it was still a partial on January 1 on that one. But that site is 1.211 acres. So when apartments are built, we change it from an acre value to a per unit value. And our current value for per unit is 15,000 a unit. So you can see this vacant lot is valued, even though it's more acres, those acres are coming in at the exact same assessment as the one next door because that one has 61 units and is valued at 15,000 a unit. Now, the one beyond that is even a smaller parcel, but that has 71 units on that parcel. So that land is valued even higher because it has more units. It has 10 more units on that. So all of those that you can see on that map, those are all apartments, and that's what's in that whole strip, and those are valued like that. I know Mr. Colbert asked about, on the Limerick, the little sliver parcel. Well, that's how they do this smart code. They create the larger parcel, and then they create these little slivers that are outlots, and those outlots serve as basically the alleyways or the driveways into these two parcels, and so they have easements on those parcels. So that's the intent of those little outlots. And so we put a bare minimum. I actually value them at the acre value, and then I apply a 99% discount to those because they're like all part of the economic unit. So that's that map. The next page, we usually, because we do mass appraisal, we usually look at land sales, more like in an Excel doc. But I tried to find a couple sales and do a sales comp model, making some adjustments. So the three sales that I included in here are parcels 0609, 121, 20052, which is 2925 Brassica Road. That sold November 12th of 2021 for $2.140,000, or $16.54 a square foot, or $720,500 an acre. That is smart code zoned, and a little higher traffic count, but very similar. And let's see, it is a larger lot. So we made an adjustment to that for the lot size, which would bring that into $15.71 a square foot. Comp 2 is at 0609 121 42772. This one also, this sold October 15th of 2021 for $120,000, or $12.03, or $524,000 an acre. It's significantly smaller in size. When adjusted for the differences, it comes out to $12.63 a square foot. And then we have one at 489 Commerce Drive. That's an older sale of December 1 of 2016 for $1.2 million, and that was $14.90 a square foot, or $648,900 per acre. That's a planned development district, and higher traffic count. So we did a minus adjustment on that to bring that assessment into $14.15 a square feet. So if you use those three comps, it brings in the adjusted dollar per square foot at $14.17, and the comparable market value of $941,000 based off of those three sales. And so Comp 1 and Comp 2 are also smart code, and the other one is a planned development unit. Sometimes it's hard to find sales, like I said, because the sales often are on developed land. It was ag land that actually is being sold for development, but it doesn't have those site improvements in there. So if you look at then the next page, I know that Mr. Kohlenberg mentioned the site. So the next page are two pictures of this vacant lot. You can see it's grass, it's all level, and it's adjacent to the other buildings, all improved. Then if you go to the following page, we tried to capture it, but it was kind of hard to capture in photos. But the following page is the parcel that he's talking about up around the corner that the Limerick is being built on. That parcel is not level. It is extremely steep slope. I think I had, just estimating, about 30 feet drop from the front to the back of that parcel. So if someone were to build on this like this, it's going to cost them a lot more money to build retaining walls and deeper basements, et cetera, on a property like this. So if you look at the bottom picture, underneath like the balcony, that's how much exposure of the basement area is being exposed just at that location. If you turn over one more page, you can get a little scale on the upper picture that shows the garage level. So typical garage is about 7 feet. And I would think this might be a little deeper, at least 8 feet high. So you're almost 20 feet exposed basement wall on that back side there. And you can't see it very well in the upper picture or the lower picture, but there's probably another 20 feet, I would estimate, of retaining wall below that driveway. So it's extremely, it's a good 30 feet on that back. So even though that sail may be arm's length, you would have to make some type of adjustment for the extremely steep slope and the terrain on that property. The next page, again, we were trying to capture it, but the next page are the contour lines that overlap that area. And if you kind of look at where the roundabout is, that's where the Limerick parcels are. It shows it somewhere a little higher than 910 square feet. And those are each 10-foot drops. So you're at least 30 feet, 10, 20, over 20 feet down to the backside of that parcel. And I know he also mentioned something about like lowlands down there. Well, you can see where the lowland is, but that lowland is behind every single one of those apartment parcels that are already being developed, where the site is the one with the dot on it. And it's very, very level compared to the Limerick. So that's why we did not use the Limerick as a sale in this comparison, even though it's in the same area. I wouldn't consider the sites the same buildable sites. And, you know, we have a lot of sales. We typically analyze sales based on smart code, and I'll put into spreadsheets if I'll calculate it by acres, but I also calculate it often by the number of units. But a lot of times you don't know that when you're going into it, so then I can go back and kind of develop where the number of units are coming in. But if you were to value things on a per unit basis, the majority of the per unit basis I was coming up with was around 15,000, and that's how we developed that per unit basis of 15,000. So I would say, you know, I don't know what can be built on the site. It's a T5, and as Deanna was explaining it to me, a T5 has more opportunity than like a T4. And I think she said the other ones there are in the T4 category. So it allows you to also do some like commercial businesses besides the apartments. So they could do one floor of, let's say, retail, and then 4 floors above that. I think she also said, was it 3 floors over? You can build higher than 3 stories, I believe, in the T5. So I estimated kind of on a footprint basis what might go in. And based on that, if you did 4 floors of even 15 units, that would be a 60-unit building on that parcel, which is on the low end of all the adjoining parcels. So even if it was at a 60-unit and you did it on an apartment basis, that would bring you in at the same value that we have it at.
Did you look at the zoning of the parcel that the Limerick is on?
I didn't look
zoning?
at that, no. And the Limerick is also Section 42. So the Limerick will be based on income and expense, but it's kind of I didn't look at that for far enough in, I guess I'd say. You know, it wasn't my focus because the terrain is so different, I would not consider that you know, it's a valid sale, but you have to make an adjustment to that sale price for that influence factor of that steep slope, I guess I'd say.
I travel this road extensively. I know that lots 16 and 17 have recently had buildings put on them.
Correct, yep. The
I
lots
don't
directly
see-
next door were just built on. The one directly adjacent north, I think they might have occupancy now, I'm not sure, but on the first of the year, it wasn't complete, but the one next to it was complete.
I don't
And so
see
they
any
just keep building, and there is current, I believe they were coming, I think they're coming on the agenda tonight to actually talk about this parcel, to see if they can build another phase, so.
Okay. Reason I'm asking is I didn't see any sales information on those lots that would be just to the north of the subject.
No, they own like that whole area.
Okay.
And so they've just been developing on their own land. And they've put the streets in and the sewer, and so they've developed and just gradually are continuing to build that uptown area up.
Okay.
Tracy, or excuse me, Amy, the street in front of this lot, is it 2 lanes or is it 4 lanes, do you know? Because I
front of
remember
here-
back in the day, there was a conversation about if the 4 lane was gonna go all the way into the roundabout. Because that triggered when Gary said his client called it a remnant property. That's part of the conversation. I'm just curious.
I'm trying to remember because I've pulled up there. So I believe right about where this lot is where the 4 lanes merge and come
pinches a little
down
bit, yep.
and pinches in. There's parking, I believe there's a parking lane and 2 lanes, and then a median, 2 lanes and a parking. I know across from,
Because it funnels going into the roundabout, right?
yes, and I think it funnels right about at that spot.
Yeah, because the remnant comment was what triggered that. I remember a meeting way back in the day on that same
Yeah.
topic.
Yeah. But it's, I wouldn't consider it a remnant parcel. I mean, it's more square footage than the others. Maybe in the original plat, it was thought that way, but it's, as far as I know, it's never been an outlot. It's always been a buildable lot, whereas the parcel behind all of these, I believe is an outlot. You know, that great big one, that's,
Public Works meeting?
so,
Okay. Any other questions of the assessor from the board? Mr. Kohlenberg, any questions of the assessor?
I do. So, a lot of the information you're presenting this evening, or this afternoon, would have been helpful if we'd have had an open book meeting, and I had requested one. Can you explain why, although I requested an open book on this property, I never received an open book hearing, or open book meeting?
we had an open book meeting with you, and we scheduled that with you, and you came. And remember that you had about, I think you said you had like, I don't know how many properties, and I said even if it was 15 minutes a parcel, it would take us like a 10-hour day. So we did meet for open book. And we talked about a few parcels with you. But this wasn't one that you brought up that you wanted to talk about. So we talked through a couple that you provided income and expense on.
You said
We met in room 222.
you said I didn't want to talk about this property.
You didn't bring it up. We talked about a couple properties. You told us what you did and your valuation, and that was it.
Okay, so I submitted 37 tax keys with all the supporting documentation, and you essentially said it would take hours and hours to complete it, which I'm fine with. And because I submitted all that documentation, and I showed up for open book, you felt that I didn't want to talk about this property. I just want to make sure I understand that correctly, because
No, I'm saying you didn't talk about this. I think we talked about, was it 2 or 3 properties?
Multifamily.
And multifamily. And we weren't getting anywhere. And that's when you made the comment about what the most important part of this meeting was that your property owners own 5% of the tax base of the city. And that's when I said, well, and you kept asking, you do know what that means, don't you? You do know what that means, don't you? And finally I said, no, what does that mean? I'm going to treat every property owner, whether you own the highest assessed parcel or the lowest assessed, I'm going to treat you fairly and uniformly.
Okay.
And that's where the meeting ended then.
okay, so I showed up for open book. I presented the documentation in advance. I asked for an open book meeting on every parcel, and it is your belief that I didn't want to talk about this parcel. Is that what you're saying?
Question
You
asked
originally
and answered.
told me-
Let's move on. Open
No,
book.
How far away are the
I-
comps that you used in your examples from the subject property?
Mr. Kohlenberg, we're past open book. We're at border review. We're here to present evidence
That's-
on the value. If you have these kind of questions of the assessor, ask them outside of the hearing. We need to keep moving. We have to get out of this room in a reasonable period of time today.
I just asked the next question. I asked how far away are the comps that you used at today's hearing from the subject property?
Terra Vista, they're in Terra Vista, 2 are in Terra Vista. And so Lacey Road comes down, curves around, it goes over 14, it comes across and lands in Terra Vista.
I would say 3/4 mile.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't know technically how far. They are both smart code areas. So
Okay, so-
Uptown area is a smart code.
Okay,
And
I'm
that's
just
smart
not
code
that
zoning.
familiar with Fitchburg. You showed 3 comps. Approximately how far is each comp from the subject property?
How far? Well, I would say at least 2 of them are within a mile. And the one on Commerce Drive, do you have any idea how far away that would be? No, okay. So I'm not sure how far away that is. I didn't map it on a map how far away that is.
And you
And
said
we
that,
have lots of other sales besides the 3 that I've provided to you.
right. You said that you didn't use the property that sold a couple hundred feet away because it was a T5 smart zoning and the subject is a T4?
The subject is T5. I'm not sure what the limerick is, but I said I didn't use that because of the extremely steep terrain.
Okay, so it has nothing to
So
do with
the-
T5 or T4?
No. You
Okay.
would have to make some type of adjustment for that, some type of influence factor for that T5.
Okay.
It costs significantly more to build on something with a slope like that than it does to build on a level parcel.
Okay, so when you looked at the recent sale, call it next door, you rejected it because the property is sloped and it would cost additional dollars to address the slope.
I don't know what you mean by rejected. I did not
You did not include it as a comp sale
I didn't include it in this comp sale worksheet, no.
because of the additional cost of addressing the slope?
Because I thought there were better comps to use. Okay? Just because something is nearby something does not make it a good comparison.
Just a moment.
There are many, many factors to how you choose your comparisons.
So you had identified that the map that I used was slightly different than the map that you used, but the total acreage was essentially identical for the subject property that I'm presenting, correct?
I don't know where you took your acreage from, and I'm not going to speak for that. I can tell you what our acres are and the plat. So on your map, your lot 18 is 1.2 acres. Okay? So the lot size of this parcel is 1.525 acres, I believe. So those land, the map you provided is not a current, it's not a good schematic. It's not a plat, and it's not a good schematic of what's actually there anymore.
Okay, but my question was, is the subject property 1.525 acres? Are we in agreement?
Correct, it's 1.525
Okay,
acres.
and the discrepancy is that the shape is slightly different.
Correct.
Okay. So you used a comp from 2016, which is 5.5, 6 years old. Is that considered a stale sale when looking at comps? You said there were many comps available, but you used one that was 5.5 years old. Why would you use a comp 5.5 years old if you have many other comps?
Because one, the values on that, how do I say it? The value is still reflective of at the current values, I guess I'd say. It also was a much closer comp in size, and that's what I wanted to try and find, is a comparable that was a little bit closer to see if that value would be reflective of that. I mean, we have lots of sales out in Terravesa right now. There are 2022 sales. These are newer areas. Terravesa is a newer subdivision. Uptown Crossing has been in place since I started here, the Uptown area, I guess. So a lot of these sales are coming on board right now as people are building these, just like these apartments that have all been built in the last few years on that stretch.
Okay, so I just want to understand why you used this particular sale. So this is, call it a 5.5-year-old sale, and it's your opinion that since the date of sale, the only adjustment to the comp is a 5% reduction, even though it's a 5.5-year-old sale. So you did not, so when you made that 5% reduction, that takes into account location, the fact that it sold 5.5 years earlier, the shape, the zoning, all those things were taken in, and it comes to 5%. Because I'm just curious, because as a professional in the real estate market, I would think that you would have made additional adjustments to it, considering it's 5 years old.
So on this sale, okay, the size is 1.849 and the subject is 1.525. So I consider them similar in size, okay? The smart code zoning in this area, they've been building apartments. So a planned development district is typically something like that, where you would create buildings and apartments. So I consider that similar. Location, I consider all of the locations of these as good locations, so they're all similar. Traffic count, the traffic count is higher, so I considered that superior. It was also a warranty deed. And so we did the sales comp grid. Like I said, we tend to value using mass appraisal, looking at $1 per acre. I looked at this sale to see if it would still support the value, and that was the sale I chose. I could have picked a different sale and put a different one in and made adjustments. That's just the sale I chose to put a few sales into a sales grid.
So you understand, this is the first time I'm seeing any of your comps, and I'm basing it not on what you could have chose, but what you did chose. And I just want to be sure I understand it. You chose it for a number of reasons, including that it was sized similar, and you made adjustments. And in those adjustments, you did make an adjustment for the sale occurring 5.5 years prior.
For a time adjustment, I did not put a time adjustment on that.
Okay, no time adjustment, okay.
So
Now,
if it was
when we
a
look at
time
comparison
adjustment, it
number
would
2
probably be higher than what it is.
Right, when we
Because
look
the
at
market's
comparison,
increased.
when we look at comparison number 2, using that same logic, so the comparison number 3, you picked a 5-year-old sale because it was similar in size. When we look at comparison number 2, the subject property is 5 times larger than comparison number 2, which isn't even a 1/4 acre. What was your logic for using a 1/4 acre to compare to an 1.5 acres? I just don't see much that can be built on a 1/4 acre. And what adjustments did you make for that?
Well, okay, so I know you say that, but what I don't think you comprehend is what smart code zoning is. Smart code zoning often allows you to build up, okay? It has less side setbacks, allows you to build up. So you can often put many more units on something that's zoned smart code than something that's not zoned smart code, okay? So because of that, that was a comp that I found that was in a smart code zoning that had sold. So I have one comp that is higher than our subject in acres, one comp that is lower than our subject in acres, both in smart code. Oftentimes, those sales in the smart code they're just various different sizes. It's part of how the whole zoning is set up. And so you're not going to have typically exactly same size. If any of the other lots north of that would have sold, we could have used those in our mix. But none of those came in. And I did not choose to use the sale, I think you had it on your document, in Uptown Crossing, because that included so many different parcels in that sale, that I did not, it was too difficult to break apart those that were being sold as townhome parcels and those that are being sold as large apartment complexes. It had many large parcels. So that sale I didn't use either. The Limerick I didn't use because of the terrain and the huge adjustment. Yes?
I have a question based on the terrain. So back to your map here, right here.
Okay.
If I'm going north out of that roundabout, first property on my driver's side is the subject property we're talking about. Okay, and then I keep going north, and you've given this 15,000 per unit. Is all of the terrain the same roughly the same going north?
Yes, that is all relatively flat land.
So that terrain is similar to the subject property terrain.
Correct.
And Limerick, which is on Lacey, has that drop off.
Huge drop off, yes.
Okay. Gary, have you walked the property?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so on sale number 2,
Just to remind you, we do have a time frame to get out of this room, so please keep it moving.
so sale number 2, if we use 0.229 acres, that comes out to 9,975 square feet. What shape is comparison number 2? Is it a square?
What shape is that parcel? I don't know off the top of my head, but the majority of those are they'd be similar to what this is. Most of those, they're not irregular shaped parcels. They're very, I don't know what you want to call them, grid-like. I don't know. the smart code, anything in Terra Vista and that, they tend to be pretty much square parcels and they have an alleyway between them. I mean, it's, and I don't know, square isn't the thing, but they're not irregular shaped parcels, I guess you'd say.
Okay, so you said that the comparable property slopes substantially, correct? And there's an additional...
Not my comparable, the comparable that you used. Is that what you mean?
Right, that the comparable property I used, that it slopes and it's worth substantially less, and that was your reason for not using a property 100 feet away. So my question is, you said it costs a lot of money for all of those retaining walls and for the development. So
Either you got to pay for retaining walls or you got to bring in all the fill to fill in the whole site.
right, so with those retaining walls, my point is that the property is assessed hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars greater than the adjacent sale. So when you did this, did you calculate or estimate the cost of making that property more usable, meaning the retaining walls? Did you have any calculation for that?
For that, we valued it, like I stated earlier. When they start building apartments, and apartments are on there, then we switch from valuing something on a per acre basis to a per unit basis, because that's how apartments tend to sell, is on a per unit basis. So we often will look at things for apartments, and those are valued on a per unit. So when this property changes, and if they build an apartment on it, we will more than likely alter the value to a per unit basis.
Right, but that wasn't my question. My question was, there's a property that sold a couple hundred feet away, and you said you didn't use that because the cost of a retaining wall is so expensive that you completely rejected that comp sale. However, because it's such a good comp, it's so close, it's almost adjacent, when you rejected it, did you consider the cost of a retaining wall? Because when you consider the cost of a retaining wall versus the increase in assessment by going over a mile away, it probably is substantial. So did you figure that the cost of a retaining wall would be $400,000 or $500,000? Because that's the difference in the assessment.
I did not.
Thank you.
Use it as a comp. So
No,
I did not calculate any adjustments. I chose not to use it as a comp. That's my answer. So I
Right.
can't tell you what adjustment
I'm not going
I
to
might
belabor
have
it.
done.
I'm not going to belabor it, but the reason you didn't use it as a comp is because of the topography. And my question was if you made any calculations, and the answer is no. So you said you didn't check the zoning.
No, it's smart code zoning. I didn't check into if that property was which specific smart code designation it is.
Which property? The subject property?
No, I checked the subject property. I did not check the Limerick because I chose not to use the Limerick property.
Okay, and do you know the difference between a T5 and a T4?
I don't have the documents in
tell you.
front of me. If you want me to pull it up, I can read it, but
I'd like to hear. Go ahead, pull it up.
want me to pull it up?
Again, a reminder, we have a time limitation in this room,
I understand.
and it's
And all of
not
it
my
goes-
limitation, it's we have to vacate the room.
I understand.
So please keep it moving.
Well, we're
And I
getting to
guess,
the end.
on my end, I didn't use it as a comp, so I don't know why we're even talking about it. If you
Because-
want to present what the zoning is, then you can present what the zoning is because you used it as a comp. I did not use it as a comp.
Right, my opportunity to testify is over. I'm asking you a question. If you know the difference between T4 and T5, and if you can, just please explain it.
From what I know is T5 allows you to do more, you have more options in a T5, okay? So you, I believe in a T5, you can do like a commercial aspect, not not like a residential aspect for your apartments. And I believe T5 allows you to go above 3 stories. Okay, so that means you can put a whole nother story on of 15 units. So
I have no
that
further
was my
questions.
summary from
Okay.
yesterday.
Any follow-up questions from anybody on the board? Hearing none, we'll move to deliberations. Open it for discussion.
I'll like to put my 2 cents in on transect zones and smart codes. Fitchburg's one of the first communities in the state of Wisconsin to use that. T5 is a high-density area. T1, by the way, is wilderness. T2 is like agricultural. So suburban is T3. So you can start seeing the difference between a suburban neighborhood and high-rises. That's basically the difference from T3 to T5. T5, smart code zoning streamlines the entire process. One of the comps is using planned development districts, which then has to be all laid out before, and there's a lot more control. The smart code allows the developers a greater latitude when they are putting things out, and I think, to me, I would think that would be a big plus for that land.
I'm going to prepare, Mr. Chair, to make a motion. I think I am comfortable with the assessor's decision. So my motion would be to deny. Is that what it would be? Is that the language I'm using? To deny Mr. Kohlenberg's appeal?
I think we need a little bit more discussion before we move there,
Okay.
because we need to have a good basis on the record as to why we're
Okay,
making a decision.
so let me tell you why. I just think that this chart here is really powerful. I mean, I know that row of apartments that are there. I know that it comes down, the options that are there, the continual growth and the continual, I mean, the developer has been busy out there now for 10 years, building stuff continually. Every 2 years, it seems like they build a new apartment. It just seems like it's logical that that would continue down that corridor. So I'm comfortable with the number.
Okay. I'll give you my read on it. Number one, Fitchburg has a very active market. And to rely solely on one sale in an active market goes against the rules of appraisal. A good appraisal should at least consider 3, maybe 5 vacant land sales to give you some guidance as to whether or not what you're seeing is a pattern. Second, Lot 19, where the Limerick has been built, required extensive modifications. There's no question about that. It was a sale that the assessor chose to not use because it required such extensive modifications. It valued out at about $380,000 an acre. Looking at the difference to $600,000, it's not that far away. When I see all the retaining walls, as she said, they're 30 feet high. And I see them because I travel that road because there's road construction, and I have to go that way to get from point A to point B, so it's not like I went and searched it. So I think those modifications in itself are so different from the subject property that it throws it out of the same market environment. Third, the subject is a level and zone site for higher and extensive development. That gives it potential that you can't deny is there, and it's just a matter of time before that potential will be utilized. And so that also then relates to the zoning allows higher density. So based on those factors, and looking at the comparability of the assessment to the neighboring properties, which I didn't realize that Avante owned them all, and so I was looking for sales on those. The pattern is in place. They are going to be doing something on that property in the near future, and it's going to have the same kind of high-density development that it's being surrounded by right now. So what the assessor has said, as she's looking at consistency in assessment, She tried to find comparable sales. It looked reasonable. When you have smart code zoning, it makes it a bigger challenge than to just sit down and go through your list of vacant lot sales and say, these are comparable, because now you have a whole new set of factors you have to deal with. So as I look at all the options and the considerations that the assessor has done, I think she did a reasonable job of trying to have assessment consistency. The lot has great potential. If the property owner doesn't want to pay higher taxes on it, they know about use value assessment, they can plow it and put corn back on it and get a reduced assessment after the first year of use as a cornfield again, if they want to. And they are doing that all around it, so it would not be an extension or stretch to say that they could do it, because they are doing it on property that's all over in that area currently. So based on the evidence I've heard, I think the motion would be that the assessor's evidence has not been overturned, it's not been disproved, and therefore, remember, our guidance is that the taxpayer has to show that the assessor has erred in establishing the value. I don't think that threshold has been crossed, and I would move that the value be sustained at the current level of assessment.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion?
I just wanted to say I'm in agreement with Sean. This, seeing all the neighboring assessments, it just makes sense.
Right, and
So,
plus the one property that he's using, there are many sales in Fitchburg. All you have to do is search them on DOR website, and you can find numerous vacant land sales. So at this point, I made the motion. We have a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Please let the record note that the assessment on the parcel number 0609-114-4304-2 has been sustained at the value of $915,000 as originally submitted by the assessor. With that, I would close this hearing, letting the taxpayer know if you're unhappy with the decision of this board, there are other avenues of appeal that are available to you. The clerk will be providing you with a notice of determination, and on the back of that determination are listings of the other avenues that you can follow if you so desire. So with that, I will draw this hearing to a close, and I will thank everyone for their participation. And also with that, I'm going to put the motion in front of the board that we, I guess I can't say adjourn, because we can't adjourn, but that we recess to a later date to take up the rest of our appeals so that we can continue with getting the board of review done for the city of Fitchburg for 2022. As this room does have to have us out before 4 o'clock, and I don't think we're going to finish the next appeal we have before 4 o'clock today.
So can somebody make a motion to postpone the
I'll
next
make a
two
motion to
to
postpone
October 3rd?
I'll make a motion to postpone items 6B and C from today's agenda to Monday, October 3rd, 1 PM meeting.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. So we'll be taking two items from today's agenda, adding them to the agenda for our next meeting, as well as other appeals as the clerk feels we can realistically get through in the time allotted in the room.
What time?
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, everyone, for your due diligence today. We appreciate the fact that
Before we
it,
adjourn, Mr. Chair, can we just have the clerk just walk us through what's next for us, this committee?
we're not adjourning,
Oh, we're not adjourning, okay.
we're postponing.
Okay,
We've got to be careful on terms.
sure. Good point. When do we meet again, or?
So we meet again October 3rd in this room at 1 PM. And again, we are limited to this room. So the four items that I can recall off the top of my head being postponed are the two subpoena requests from Kohlenberg, asking if he can provide that information by the 3rd, and if not, he has until the end of the day on the 5th. So we can go over those items, and then the two, for sure, the two, I items that were just postponed that we haven't gotten to today. And if we can do more, we'll do more, but
So, am I the first item on the agenda at 1 o'clock?
I believe you are, because we gave Bowman until Friday. So you're it on the agenda on Monday, the 3rd at 1 o'clock.
Okay, so the only items are the subpoena items that we discussed earlier, and the 2 remaining items from this. Are there any other hearings?
I will send you a 48-hour notice tomorrow as to what you should be prepared to present, put it that way. Because if we can get more in, we'll certainly try. So, okay?
Yes.